Let me make a call, please.
By apologizing for starting off late. Very, very unintentional. We're waiting for some very special people that you come to know. Had too much fun and they affected there today, but that's the spirit, to have fun, to learn, to network, and to just bond. So without wasting time, we want to start by the opening prayers and national anthem. And it's been made so simple for us. Our current anthem, which is on the last page, somebody's heart is already beating. They shouldn't call me to come and recite this anthem. You know, somehow you may know it, but when they give you that microphone, you'll be worried like, is this what I know? I think it's on the first page, please. So you don't need to crack your head. We have done the expo for you. The first page of the brochure has the national anthem. So we do the first verse, and then we'll do the last verse, which is the prayer, and that would have taken care of the anthem and the prayer. Are we in agreement? Yes, please can we stand then, if you agree with me? Please, who used to be in the choir so that I can take this mic? All right. So can we do, I still see, okay. So at the count of 3 together, we start. 1, 2, 3. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. No tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's all are proud to serve as sovereign motherland. The last verse. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. And together we say, Amen. Thank you very much. You have done excellent. So we'll quickly go into recognitions. And I want to say that you're very blessed, because not only the female architects are here, they have the male architects who are supporting them, and they have very many people from outside. That's very interesting, because I belong to a lot of organizations, and sometimes it just doesn't happen like that. So it speaks to the goodwill of the association. We start by recognizing, we have a keynote address, very important, and that keynote address will be delivered by the Minister of Women Affairs, in the person of the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, in the person of Hajia Imam Suleiman Ibrahim. Please can we put our hands together for her? She will be represented by Mrs. Ola Erifolami, the Director stroke SA Admin. Please can she stand for recognition? Oh, thank you. That's orange. Please can you clap for her well? Yeah, she's representing the minister. We're lucky to have her, because some people, we have them, they will not even come and they will not even bother to send anybody. So I think this speaks to how well they respect FAN. And I'm sure she will tell us why the minister is not physically here. And so without wasting more time, we also have
we also have in our midst our able president, Mrs. Architect, our PNIA, President Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Mobolaji Adeniyi.
Thank you, make it louder. That's the president.
Also in our midst, we have our first vice, Alawa. We also have our second vice, Architect Chioma Ogubuna.
Thank you very much.
We have the third vice, Architect Ali Mokhtar FNI. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. He says it's a male. I almost got one name down, but let me keep it to myself. Sir, we recognize you as a male, and a male you will remain. But you are a he for she, right? Yes. There's a he supporting the she. That's good enough. All right.
Okay, so we also have the HGS, Architect Chike Chamberlain, FNI. We have our mommy in the house, Architect. We have our mommy in the house, Architect Bukola AGM. She's our pioneer fan president, chairman, and she's also our first president, female president of NIA. Welcome, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So we have representing the president, Akon, we have Architect Wilson Agbonsa. Welcome, sir. We also have Architect Biola Akeola representing the registrar, Akon. Welcome, sir. We have our panelists in the house. We have Mr. Michael Oluwagbemi. Don't know if he's in the
Okay, so in due course, we will have the panel. We'll let you know who the panelists are. Of course, the program contains all their names, but we are going to talk about the representatives of allied professional bodies. Right? We have the fan escorts and reps and fan AGM sponsors, members of the press who have been here long before all of us came. Very, very instructive. And every other person who has come to felicitate with us.
So we also have in our midst NIA Treasurer, Architect Goke Mimodo. Welcome, sir. Welcome. We also have in our midst, being represented by we have the, sorry. We have the Federal Ministry of Housing and Development, the Federal Minister, be represented by QS Pemi Temitope, Director of HOD Public Buildings and Housing Development.
There is someone that, if I don't mention her specifically, I don't know what will happen to me. You know about NILOV, National League of Women Voters. It's a big association that is making sure that the women register to vote and put out themselves also to be voted for. Because we are known for honesty. Please, the men, we're very, we're mindful that you're here, right? So because we are known for honesty, hard work, so this group is saying, register and put out yourself that you will have their necessary support. And the president, who is here in our midst, I'm sure she will give a goodwill message where she will elaborate on this, and that is talking about Mrs. Irene Agbadija.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I saw her walking while we were talking.
We also have in our midst our Public Relations Officer for the NIA, Architect Chris Oloko. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. He was with us yesterday when we had the sip and paint, and if you didn't come, you missed quite a lot.
Okay, so we have Mr. Akanimo Efiong, Head of Research and Community Development, representing the National Program Manager of Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program. Please, sir. Welcome. Thank you.
Well, while going through this program, I decided to do a little research. And I was asking myself, why would I rather hire a female architect instead of a male architect? And if you bother to do that search, you will find out that female architects have been adjudged to be very good at what they do because of the many things that they do. And I think I want to say that to us so that we understand the great place we have. It says, the influx of female architects has brought a crucial and once missing perspective to the table. They have expanded the very definition of what architecture can be, making it more empathetic. I went to a house and I saw the kitchen. The kitchen was massive, and I said to the woman, I'm sure it was a woman that drew this house. And she said yes, because that woman recognizes that we spent more than half of our time in the kitchen, and she made that kitchen as comfortable as ever. So anytime you go to a place and the kitchen is tiny, just for the woman, know who designed it. And it says that the female architects are also better because they are very inclusive. When they're designing anything, they're thinking about the children, the playground, they're thinking about the disabled, they're taking everybody into consideration. They're not just thinking about themselves and what they stand to gain. They are very intentional. Again, it says the women also consider the sustainability of whatever project that they are doing, and they are tuned to the needs of all the people. So a woman is likely going to have a crèche somewhere where she recognizes that a nursing mother must nurse her baby and at the same time do her work. So can we put our hands together for all the female architects in the building, making us proud and making a difference in the architectural world. So without wasting time, we want to invite, please, more recognitions later. We want to invite to give us the welcome address the chair of the Female Architects of Nigeria, Architect Ene Agada, MNIA. I hope one day she will become the president of MNIA. Please, let's come to that prayer. Thank you. Mrs. Chinyere Obiobasi. Thank you so much. Thank you, Architect Ramota. Your voice is so deep and so beautiful. I think you need to join the MC profession, just like Chinyere Obiobasi, because she's a lawyer, she's a banker, she's a writer. With your beautiful voice, you will do justice. Thank you. I would like to welcome you all to this auspicious. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for taking our time to be here today. But I'd like to recognize some very special people. It's not that they are more special than each and every one of us, but they hold us very dear to their hearts for taking our time to be here, out of their busy schedule to be here. So we must give them special recognition. I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Minister of Women Affairs, Hajia Imam Suleiman. She's represented by Mrs. Ola Erinefo. She's the SA admin and she's the SA and director admin. We also have in our Miss QS Penny Samuel Temitope. He's the director of public buildings and housing development. He's representing the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development. He's one of us. We are very proud of him. Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for honoring our invitation. And we also have in our midst worthy repute. She has done amazing jobs, and as a third president, she has also recorded amazing results in the NIA. You are very welcome, and we are honored to have you in our midst. And sitting right next to Bukola, we also have in our midst today the second vice president of the, is the first vice here? Sorry, but he will soon be here. The first vice president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Salawa Sani, is on his way. And we also have the second vice president, Architect Shoma Wogu Obona. And she's also the director of the Federal Public Asset and Maintenance. She's an amazing woman. She was with us yesterday. Team, creating spaces that heal, inspire, and sustain. I think the MC has defined the female architects. And we are not just about creating spaces. We are very intentional with our designs because we want to provide solutions that make meanings. Today we gather not to only celebrate our achievements, but to envision a future where architecture becomes a conduit for healing, empowerment, and responsible stewardship of our environment. I've already acknowledged the NIA, but I also want to acknowledge our sponsors and the entire farm family for their consistent support. I also commend the organizing committee, volunteers, and every member who has contributed their time and expertise. A warm welcome to our speakers and panelists and participants engaging with us across day 1 and day 2. Yesterday was day 1 of the event, and it was themed Eco Globe, Women and Sustainable Futures, Work Hard, Play Harder. Those of you that were there, I know that you saw us trying to play harder to balance the stress. So yesterday's conversation celebrated the resilience and ingenuity of women shaping sustainable futures. The Eco Globe sub-team highlights the radiant impact of women architects who integrate ecological wisdom with design excellence. It also reminds us of the importance of balancing creativity with well-being, acknowledging that sustainability thrives when professional dedication coexists with joy, rest, and community. Key reflections from day 1 include the need to champion inclusive low-carbon design rooted in climate and community realities, elevate women-led initiatives in regenerative design, energy efficiency, and adaptive reuse, and also strengthen mentorship and support systems that empower us to work hard, play harder. I encourage all members to continue sharing knowledge generously, embracing curiosity and nurturing professional and personal balance. Today, which is our day 2, is sub-team Women in Architecture, Trailblazing Sustainability in the Nigerian Built Environment. Today we spotlight the transformative role of Nigerian women architects in shaping sustainable cities, resilient communities, resonant spaces. Our built environment reflects who we are and what we envision for coming generations. Women architects in Nigeria continue to lead by designing contextually responsive, environmentally responsible, and culturally meaningful Please, let all the chapter chairs stand. These are our governors, these are the governors. Chapter chair of Kaduna, chapter chair of Akwa Ibom. And there is not a time that a president is prouder than I, because we have so many female chapter chairs. Chapter chair of Abuja, thank you, doing very well. Chapter chair of Akwa Ibom, welcome to council. I said, okay. Okay. Chapter chair of Kaduna, fantastic, thank you. And of course, our male chairs, very proud of you. Chapter chair Do, doing a fantastic job. Chapter chair of Niger Power State, very welcome, thank you. And let me also celebrate finally all the people in council. Please stand. I tell you why they are recognized. Stand up for recognition. Member of council, architect, Chris Iloko, member of council. Before I come to the big people in council, and of course, you know the strategic committee is powerful house in council. Second VP, architect Chioma Wogobona. There's nothing like having a woman behind you, I'm telling you. Please celebrate her. Well done. Thank you. And when you talk about a strong, mature voice that you need in council, we're talking about Sayin Kanu, architect Elimuta. Thank you very much. You're welcome. And our honorable treasurer, thank you very much for being there with us in the strategic committee. You may be seated. Thank you. And let me recognize all the female architects. Female architects, how are we doing? Woo! We're so proud to be female. There's nothing like being a woman and doing what you know how to do best. We're female architects. We celebrate ourselves not because we're weak women, but because we are strong women.
Don't worry.
And so let me just greet all of you. And let me start with my chair. My chair. Please come. I want to and very effective. We used to have a PRO that was soft touch. This is even softer touch. And let me tell you why I'm celebrating her. FAN has been in existence for many years. I was at the first formal meeting in Calabar, where we made Mama, our past president, Acted Buke Jumi, the first female chair. In fact, Mama is such a trailblazer, a woman of firsts everywhere. And not just being first and going back, she's even present in the present. Please clap for her. Always there for us. And so in Calabar, the women got together. We had been struggling for years to be recognized. The men kept saying, "We don't need this," just pushing us down. But Mama stood solidly. And she was able to raise up the head of FAN, and that's how we started. And let me tell you, she started with a bang. For those who don't know, the way FAN started under architect Ejumi was so explosive. She took us to the State House. We designed for widows at that time. Mariam Babangida partnered with us. That was the level which FAN was at. But during the years, I don't know, maybe it was the men that were pulling us out. Men we didn't talk, we were just speaking. Then we weren't hearing about ourselves, we just gathered in one small corner. And then this lady came, and she's everywhere, showcasing FAN. Please applaud her. Are we not happy to be seated where we are today? That's the hard work. Everywhere she's gone, everywhere she's touched, it's been turned to gold. Architects, Ene, thank you for what you're doing. And so distinguished members of the female architects of Nigeria and our highly esteemed guests, I warmly welcome you. And as we gather for this year's annual general meeting,
coinciding with the 65th Annual General Meeting and BGM of the NIA, I am so excited. I bring greetings from the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Don't forget, I'm wearing 2 caps or 2 turbans. And as we gather here, I wish to appreciate all fan members for their commitment and contributions to NIA. Even if the men will not have accepted, what is NIA without the women? I thought the men will answer. You have added the necessary flavor, the spice, to make NIA what it is today. So I appreciate all of you. Your influence and impact, especially with the Unite agenda, has been outstanding. Please clap for all female architects in the house. The theme of this conference, creating spaces that heal, inspire, and sustain. What a topic. Fantastic. It resonates deeply with our collective passion to shape environments that uplift and empower our communities. My firm in particular works on health design and educational facilities, and I'm very intentional that every space that I design is a space that will heal. So I design a hospital and make sure I do that hospital in such a way that when the patient comes in, is the colors, is the space, the flow, the courtyard, the interior flowing into the exterior, you're already healed even before you see the doctor. Or you design a school and the children are so happy to be in a space, that is so accommodating. The colors are bright, they're able to play and learn where they play. These are the kind of things that female architects know how to design. And now that we're talking about it, I'm excited and I look forward to hearing our speakers deal with these issues. As one of your own, I'm proud to acknowledge the remarkable contributions you've made in the built environment in Nigeria. We have top leading female architects in this country, doing us proud, and I'm excited that they're all our members. Your innovative designs, dedication, and expertise have not only elevated our profession, but also transformed lives. Let us continue to push boundaries. Let us continue to challenge norms. Let us continue to create spaces that reflect our values and aspirations. And so as we gather, I want to wish every one of us fruitful deliberations, meaningful connections. This is what conference is about. Meaningful connections and a renewed sense of purpose as we work together to build a better Nigeria. Thank you very much, and I look forward to a great conference. Sorry, before I sit down, I promised I'll do this. Chair Kaduna, I think she stepped out. Female architects are doing fantastic things. I was in Kaduna chapter, and one of the female architects walked up to me. She's doing beyond design of buildings. So I'm wearing one of her creations. She designed this, she sewed this, and she gave it to me. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, can we make that louder? Thank you very much. Did you notice the smile on the face throughout? Very, very genuine. And just made it. And then as she was talking about the spaces and the healing, I said, with this smile, there really will be healing. Amazing. Thank you so much. And she talked about the female architects doing well. In my research, I found that there were 50 female architects that were recognized for 2025. And the way it works, if your name is not 2025, probably was in 2024. Or it's going to be in 2026. But that's not even the point. The point I'm making is that
Out of those 50 names, 7 were Nigerians. And I went further to look at Africa has 54 countries. So by right, it would have been 1 female architect from 1 country. Then maybe 4 countries will get. I don't know which countries. But what did Nigeria do? In our usual way of being good at whatever we do, we ran away with 7 of those awards. So let's put our hands together for the female architects who are just tearing the frontiers and making Nigeria proud. So we also now have another, we also have architect Olubukola Ejimumi, FNIA, PPNIA, the Pioneer Fan Chair, to give us her own goodwill message. Please continue to clap for her. She works here steadily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of us and to our guests. And I will just stand on the existing protocol. I think there has been a lot of introduction of all the members. As our president said, FAN has come a long way. And you know, the fact that FAN is still existing and is growing greater, it means that when we started FAN, the idea was a good thing. If it had been a very bad thing, then it would have collapsed and we will not hear about it anymore. But the fact that FAN is still existing, not only is it existing, it's growing greater and greater, shows that establishing FAN was really a good thing so long ago. And despite all the challenges and all efforts by our very prominent male colleagues to push us, we resisted it. And today, FAN is doing a good job. When I see a young female architect, the first thing I ask her is, are you in FAN? And some say, yes. I say, no, don't do that. You have to join FAN. Because it is in joining FAN that you'll be encouraged to join the main body. And that was the essence of starting FAN. There are many female architects in those days, because of all the challenges of getting established with NIA, they just abandoned NIA. And I said, okay, let's come together. When you see us coming together, we'll introduce you, we'll encourage you. And this has really been, it has yielded a lot of good reports. So please, in your establishments, as MD of companies, encourage your architects, female architects, to join FAN. When they do that, they'll be more encouraged to join NIA. So the goodwill message is very short. It's already in the program. I'm pleased to deliver this good message on this auspicious occasion of FAN's AGM, Team Wellness, Creativity, and Sustainability. And this is a statement to FAN's resilience and progress over the years. As I've said earlier, FAN has really come a long way, and we thank God for that. I particularly celebrate the dedication of the executives and their commitment to growth. The PAL president has honored and acknowledged the resilience and the worth of the current chair of FAN, and I'm sure she's also supported by all members of the executive. And I know one or two of them, and I know the efforts that they put in to make sure that at least the Lagos State arm of FAN keeps up the good work. We look forward to more impact which successive executives will build upon. One of the things we did at that time was, there's this exhibition in Turkey. And we carried ourselves, the female architects, with our exposition for housing for widows. And the male architects were also there. And our colleagues, they did not bring anything for the exhibition. It's an exhibition of various things. So, our dear gentlemen, colleagues, our dear male architects, they quickly, joined with us so that our exhibition, we now termed it NI. But it was the female architect that actually went to present something. But when they didn't have anything to present, well, we welcome them. After all, we are all architects. So, let us prioritize wellness and nurture our creativity. As we have seen, we are not limited only in designing buildings. The club president has just shown us what a female architect does. And female are gifted, and we can multitask. We can do a lot of things about the same time. So I want to encourage us. Let's go on at it and let's do it. So let's care for ourselves, let's care for our communities and even the planet. And together, let's create a brighter future. And I pray that all our deliberations will be fruitful and may FAN continue to grow to greater heights. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you very, very much, Ma. Thank you for that beautiful speech and encouragement, the goodwill message. We really appreciate you. And thank you for bringing FAN into existence and sharing it the way you did. Now to take the next goodwill message, we call on Architect Chioma Ogobona, our second Vice President, FNIA. She's the head of Department, Federal Public Assets. Welcome, Ma.
Thank you so much. Honestly, I wasn't even expecting to speak. Protocol, once the president has spoken, Mama has spoken, and me, little me, who am I to speak? So I just hope I won't be penalized. So that's for protocol notice. So good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies.
Good afternoon.
Answer me now, they've given me the floor to speak. Protocol or no protocol, I'm here. And I'm sure the PEL president will not sanction me after that. Mommy, will you sanction me after this? Not at all. So, good afternoon, FAN members. Great female architects of Nigeria. Great female architects of Nigeria. Are you afraid to accept it? The men were more in numbers. They wouldn't do anything. So, I just go straight to read my very short goodwill message. It is an honor to be a part of this occasion as we gather to celebrate a cherished legacy that we pride ourselves in, which I'm also very proud to be one of you. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the leadership of the female architects of Nigeria, ably led by my own dear sister and colleague in the office, Architect Ene Adada Audu, and her team. Please, can you give them a round of applause? And I love the spirit in which you ignited FAN. I was there yesterday for the program. It was awesome. How many of you were there? Yeah. We're quite a number of us. We painted, we danced, we mimed, we ate, we had fun. And I'm sure today's Zoom is going to be a lot better. So I commend your dedication and to promoting excellence and empowering women in architecture. Our organization has made significant strides in advancing the architectural profession. And I am inspired by the steps taken by the leadership of FAN in their resourcefulness and commitment to the mentorship and professional growth. I dare to say The impact of funds initiatives is evident in the progress of women in architecture across Nigeria. Do we agree to that? Do we agree to that? Are female architects doing exploits in the society? You guys are doing like you're not sure, but I'm sure on your behalf because I know who you are. As we gather today to chart the course of the future, I urge every one of us to continue pushing boundaries and inspiring one another so that we can create a lasting change as a team. Our collective efforts will undoubtedly shape the future of architecture in Nigeria and beyond. Wishing all of us a productive and successful AGM, may our deliberations yield fruitful outcomes. I once again thank FAN members, the chair, and of course our team for their tireless efforts. In anticipation, I look forward to a very glorious AGM. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much for that acknowledgement of all the work that the chair is doing. I'm sure your head is, somebody should hold it, let me not explode. Don't worry, it's well deserved. So without wasting time, we're calling on the president of NILOV. I had earlier talked about what NILOV stood for, to give us her own goodwill message. Please can we put our hands together? All the women in the house, please. Let's continue to clap until she comes to this place. She has a message for all of us. She has a message for female architects of Nigeria, and you will see power, force at work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Irene Aguna Ike. I'm the President, League of Women Voters of Nigeria. And I know that a lot of you would assume it's a political organization. NILOV is a non-partisan, non-political organization. It's a civic, civil society organization promoting democracy and inclusion of women in leadership. And of course, the fan chair is the FCT Programs Director of NILOV. I'm excited to be here this morning. I have a very short goodwill message. I tend to talk a lot about having women in the room in leadership. So to restrict not being here and there, I try to scribble down my message so that I can stand within the stipulated allocated time. I'm honored to bring you warm greetings from the League of Women Voters of Nigeria, NILOV. Today we gather to celebrate the power of women in shaping Nigeria's sustainable future. As architects, you are uniquely positioned to create the space that heal, inspire, and sustain communities. Your expertise extends beyond design. It influences, it leads and fosters national development. The team creating spaces that heal and inspire and sustain resonate deeply with the vision and mission of NILOV. We believe that women's participation in governance is critical for inclusion and decision making. As women in the built environment, your voices matter in shaping policies that impact on our nation. We urge you to leverage on your platform and expertise to drive positive change. NILOV is committed to increasing women's representation in politics and in governance. We believe that with your skill and influence, you can contribute significantly to this cause. Let us work together to create a space where Nigeria's women's voices
will be heard and valued. On the table right now, we have a conversation around the special seats reserved for women bill at the National Assembly. We know that as female architects, you have been patronized by various politicians, some governors, some House of Rep members, and some senators. We urge you to use your influence and your relationships with them to advocate to have these special seats, which will be contested by only women at the State House of Assembly, at the National Assembly, 1 Senate per state, 1 House of Rep member per state, and 1 State Assembly members from the 3 senatorial zones. With this, we will have just 74 more women at National Assembly and 108 women at the 36 states of Assembly. It is important to mention here that in 2020, when we were in the lockdown, we had an 11-man National Committee on Palliative, and they forgot to include sanitary towels. It is because we didn't have a woman on that committee. As we speak today, in 15 states in Nigeria, we don't have a single woman. And it means that in those state assemblies, the chairman House Committee on Women in those states are men. And so I seize this opportunity, my dear sisters, to ask that you don't only participate in politics as voters, but also encourage your sisters who have retired as architects, who have reached the zenith of their careers, to come out and run for elections. We will all come together and ensure that we galvanize the support of Nigerian women to ensure that they win elections. Because getting to the zenith of the career as an architect, you must have gone through all the rudiments of leadership, and you have a lot to offer back to our great country, Nigeria. As you engage in your conversation today that advance wellness, creativity, and sustainability, we encourage you to consider taking these leadership roles seriously. Let us build a Nigeria where women lead and inspire. Together, we can create a brighter future for all Nigerians. Thank you so much for giving me this time.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your speech. It's shocking that we have states where we don't have women at all being represented by women. It's sad, so we really need to get up as women and do something about that. So take the next goodwill message is Mr. Amza Ibrahim Baba, the National Program Manager, Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program, ably represented by Mr. Akanimo Efio, the Head of Research and Community Development. Please let's clap as he comes forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to represent my National Program Manager, Hamza Ibrahim Baba, who cannot be here because he's part of the delegation at the G20 Summit delegation in South Africa. So I will present him. My name is Akanimo Efio. I am the head of Research and Community Development, Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program, GEP. Goodwill message by the National Program Manager Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program, GEP, at the 2025 Annual General Meeting of the Female Architects of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand on the existing protocol. It is a pleasure to deliver this goodwill message at the 2025 Annual General Meeting of the Female Architects of Nigeria, FAN, a proud subsidiary of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. I bring warm greetings from the National Social Investment Program Agency, NCP, and the entire GEP team nationwide. We appreciate the leadership of FAN for this honor and for providing a meaningful platform for women shaping the future of our built environment. The theme of this year's AGM, creating spaces that heal, inspire, and sustain, aligns strongly with our national commitment to inclusive development. Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, Nigeria is advancing a vision that prioritizes people, communities, and equitable access to opportunities. This agenda is not just a policy framework. It is a promise to ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of background, can pursue a better life. As women architects reflect on sustainability, wellness, and innovation, GEP stands with you as a partner in progress. The Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program was created to break the barriers that limit access to credit for women, young people, small business owners, artisans, and rural entrepreneurs. Across Nigeria, women possess immense talent and entrepreneurial capacity, but many lack the financial support to grow. GEP exists to bridge that gap. Through our interest-free and collateral-free loans, trader money, market money, and farmer money, millions of Nigerians have been empowered, including market women, small business owners, and women-led micro-enterprises. Today, GEP is being strengthened as GEP 3.0 under NCPA, built on transparency, accountability, and digital processes that ensure fairness and efficiency. For women in architecture and the wider built environment, GEP provides practical support. Our loans help women-led design firms, artisans, cooperatives, and construction-related micro-enterprises access capitals for tools, materials, training, and expansion. Many female architects also run side businesses or lead community projects. GEP can help them grow these ventures, take on more contracts, and create jobs for the young people. This directly complements your sub-theme, Women in Architecture, Trailblazing Sustainability in the Nigerian Built Environment. Sustainable architecture requires empowered professionals and access to resources, especially in a male-dominated sector. By supporting women-owned enterprises in the building industry, GEP contributes to a greener, more inclusive, and more resilient Nigeria. Distinguished members of FAN, your association continues to demonstrate excellence, courage, and leadership. When women design, communities thrive. When women innovate, our futures become more sustainable. On behalf of NCPA and GIP, I commend your commitment to national development, mentorship, and professional advancement. We stand ready to collaborate with FAN in promoting women's economic empowerment and youth capacity building in the built environment. Thank you once again for inviting GIP to be part of this important event. Your work inspires hope and strengthens the renewed hope agenda. I wish you productive deliberations and a successful AGM. God bless the female architects of Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Hamza Ibrahim Baba, National Program Manager, Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him, for reading that perfectly well. You know, there's this story that they wrote something and gave to somebody. And when he got there, reading halfway, he said, and what exactly did they write here? Luckily, he didn't do that. He read it like he wrote it, right? That's good. So I want to recognize a very special person that came into this list. I've had this recognition since. I hope he forgives me. Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, the Pioneer National Programs Director, Presidential Initiative for Compressed National Gas. Please, can you stand for recognition? Thank you very much. The smile told me that no problem. I understand. Okay, so quickly, in 1 minute, we will have, look at me, say 1 minute to the regulatory authority. Well, President of ACON, Architect Dipo Ajayi, is going to give the next good word, but he's ably represented by Architect Wilson Abonta, the Director, Admin, Regulation and Practice. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
While I was informed to come for this FAN AGM, I made consultation to see if I could get rappers so that I would not be told I'm a female or I'm a man. So, but the rapper delayed. But before the end of this program, if I can still get 1 or 2 rappers, I would just to comply with the female folks. But while I was waiting for the rappers, I will just quickly give this good message on behalf of ACON President. Actually, people Ajayi had wanted to come, but he noted that he got the information late, and if he had got it on time, he would have rescheduled his program to ensure he is part of it. But as one of his foot soldiers, he ensured that he was ably represented, and that is why I'm here. So, good message from Architect Ajayi on FAN's 2025 AGM. I'm aware that we need to, as ACON, a regulatory body, we're always conscious of protocol. I just want to appeal that I take a few. And Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, His Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Tinubu, CON, Her Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, QS, Temitope, representing the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the NIA President, Architect Mobolaji Adeni, FNIA, PNIA, the NIA First Vice President, the NIA Second Vice President, the NIA Third Vice President, the Honorary General Secretary of NIA, NIA National Treasurer, past President of NIA, council members of NRA, female executives, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, my colleagues from ACON, architects, a director of ACON, he's smiling, architect Akiola Adola, and those that came with us. The president would have been delighted to join in person. He has asked me to convey his sincere appreciation for the invitation to this important gathering of the female architects of Nigeria. He holds firm in high esteem and recognizes the invaluable role female architects of Nigeria play in shaping the built environment. However, the notice reached him rather late, and he was already committed to other official duties that could not be rescheduled. He extends his apologies and requests earlier communication for future engagements so that he can be physically present to support the programs. He also wishes to commend the leadership and members of FAM for their vision, commitment, and continuous contributions to the professional excellence and national development. Your work in architectural innovation, mentorship, sustainability, and community impact continues to strengthen the profession nationwide. This year's theme, Women in Architecture, Tribalizing Sustainability in the Nigerian Built Environment, is both timely and significant. It aligns with ACON's commitment to promoting a resilient, responsible, inclusive, and future-ready architectural profession. Women have been in the forefront of sustainable design and leadership, and your collective impact continues to inspire the progress across our built environment. On behalf of the President, I
Thank you so much. So we want to recognize in our midst Dr. Godwin Oracle, the Clerk House Committee on Host Community. Welcome, sir, to this event. Welcome. So the next goodwill message is from the ACON Registrar, Architect Mohamed Topasule, represented by Architect Biola Akiola. Thank you, sir.
Well, all protocol to the heart, Madam President, all honorable ministers, and my distinguished colleagues, female academic. Me, I don't have any rapper, and the registrar would have loved to be here, but due to some other engagements, he studies psychology, and he wishes us a very good celebrations during our program. Thank you very much. Welcome to BGA, and welcome to what are we doing now? The FAN AGM. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for him? For giving the shortest goodwill message. Thank you. Can we have, please, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, the Federal Minister of Housing and Urban Development, represented by QS Femi Temitope, the Director HOD, Public Building and Housing. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, ably represented by Mrs. Alan, President of NIA, Architect Mobolaji Antene, Past President of NIA, Architect Ejumi, the Chairman of FAD, Architect Ene Agade, my colleague, the Director of Federal Public Asset Maintenance, Architect Chioma Iwobi, distinguished architects and professionals of the built environment, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Nitopa. I'm here to represent the Honorable Minister, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, who is unavoidably absent due to another national summit. And I would like to go straight to the speech. It is a great honor to join you at this year annual meeting of the Female Architects of Nigeria. I commend FAN for its continued leadership in promoting professional excellence, gender inclusion, and innovative thinking within Nigeria's architectural community. The theme of this year's AGM, creating space that heal, inspire, and sustain, speaks to the core of what architecture represents in the rapidly evolving workspaces that enhance human being, foster creativity, promote safety, and support environmental sustainability. The subtle women in architecture, trailblazing sustainability in the Nigerian built environment is both timely and inspiring. Across the housing and built environment sectors, women continue to break barriers, shape design principles that are functional, empathic, inclusive, and environmentally responsible. As a ministry, we remain committed to supporting initiatives that sustain, that promote sustainable construction practices, green building technologies, and capacity development for women professionals in the sector. Our national housing agenda emphasizes affordability, climate resilience, and livable urban development, where architects, especially female architects, play an indispensable role. Let me assure you that the ministry will continue to strengthen collaboration with professional bodies, including FAN, to promote policies and programs that enhance the quality of our built environment and empower women to contribute even more meaningfully to national development. I congratulate the association on the success of this gathering and encourage all members to continue championing excellence, sustainability, innovation, and mentorship for the next generation of architects. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and impactful AGM.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. So we now invite Engineer Michael Uluwabemi, Pioneer National Programs Director, Presidential Initiative for Compressed National Gas, for his goodwill message. Please, a round of applause as he comes to the message.
All protocols are duly observed. Good morning to everybody. Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you. I'm running, you can tell that I'm running in a different time zone. It is my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. This is actually my first public event since I ended my tenure at PCNGI, and it's only because of the affinity I have for female professionals, especially our female architects, that made me accept the impromptu invitation. I want to say that I've not only been observing from a distance the architectural community and its openness to the participation of women professionals and women especially. Of course, emblematic being the ascension to office of a female president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. I believe all our female architects deserve a round of applause for that very enviable achievement. Today's your AGM. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Architect Ene, for giving me an opportunity to attend and hopefully to share some of what will be useful to you professionally in terms of sustainability, given my own background working in the sustainability sector, both in and out of government for the last 20 years. But I think more importantly is that today you'll be sharing ideas and have an opportunity to engage with your colleagues to see how to advance the cause of professionalism among women architects and the overall architect community and built-up environment community in Nigeria. I'm very fortunate, of course, that as an engineering professional to be here with you, and I look forward to learning from you and also to getting your perspectives. Once again, congratulations and wishing you successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the honor that you have done to FAN. Now, please, I have a very important announcement. The home hospitality scheduled for Tuesday, tomorrow, starts by 5 p.m. prompt. They insist that there will be no African time at the NIA Secretariat. I'm sure we all know where the NIA Secretariat. If you don't know, just put Google Map. Life has been made easy via Google Map. All right. So what quickly, now we're making a lot of progress. We have finished with the goodwill messages, so don't ask your neighbor anymore. No more. You are hearing it from the horse's mouth. So we are finished with the goodwill messages. We are going straight to the keynote address by the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Like we were told, she is being represented. So, I think it's important that we read her profile. Is the representative here? Okay, yes, no, let me read her profile first. Thank you. So they will understand why they should listen and listen very well. Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, was once the DG of NAPTIC, later deployed to National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons. She was also at a time Minister of State for Police Affairs. Now, she has a strong background in public service and a passion for women's empowerment. She's committed to advancing gender equality, protecting women's rights, and implementing policies that promote the welfare of women and children across Nigeria. Can we put our hands together as we listen to her keynote address? Thank you. This clap is for the minister.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to adopt the existing protocol. My name is Ola Folami. I'm the director in the office of the Honorable Minister and also SA Admin. The minister sent me here this morning afternoon because of the passion she has for women and for the progress of women. I want to especially thank my chairman, Architect Agada, for the wonderful work we are doing. I appreciate our mother, Mommy Jeremy. God continue to strengthen you and all architects in the house. I also want to appreciate our daddies, all the E for she. Let's clap for them. Thank you so much for backing us. Thank you for being there for us. Minister has told me not to be here, but you can see me in orange color. Today marks the commencement of our 16 days activities. And so she is unable to come here, and she has sent me to appreciate all of you for the wonderful work you are doing. And I pray that God will continue to lift fan up and you will go places. Nigeria, at your time, will experience expansion of more female representation of architects in all phases. Thank you and God bless us. And so the next voice we will hear is that of the Minister of Women Affairs, Honorable Ajia Imam Sulaiman Ibrahim, FSR. Special remarks by Excellency Ajia Imam Sulaiman Ibrahim, FSR. Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development at the Female Architects of Nigeria FAN 2025 Annual General Meeting today with title Creating Spaces That Heal, Inspire and Sustain, and subtitle Women in Architects, Trailblazing, Sustainability in the Nigeria Built Environment. Protocols. It is a profound honor to join today for this very uncommon gathering of brilliant minds who shape the very spaces in which our people live, learn, work, heal. This gathering truly inspires hope. It inspires hope not because of women architects are few, but because your collective influence is powerful, strategic, and urgently needed in these moments of national and global transformation. FAN will always occupy a unique and influential space in the development of Nigeria. And for me, it is because architecture is not simply the act of designing buildings. It is also the art and science of shaping society. It determines safety, dignity, accessibility, environmental sustainability, and the overall well-being of present and future generations. Women architects bring a depth of insight and empathy that is indispensable to creating human-centered cities and resilient communities. This year's theme could not be more timely. As Nigeria pursues its pathway to a sustainable, climate resilient, and inclusive future, we increasingly rely on professionals who can integrate technology, gender responsiveness, environmental stewardship, and innovative design. Women architects are already leading in this space, designing low-carbon buildings, advancing green construction, improving safety features for women and children, and embedding universal access in urban and rural designs. Under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu DCFR, we are experiencing a major policy shift towards human-centered social development. The Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development is strengthening national frameworks, including the family cohesion and advancement framework, the alternative care framework, the gender responsive budgeting framework, and the new renewed Hope Social Impact Intervention 774, which integrates women empowerment, child-sensitive infrastructure, climate-smart solutions, and local development across all local government areas. These reforms require architects and built environmental professionals who understand how development and community well-being. As you are aware, sustainability is no longer a technical buzzword. It is now a national and moral imperative. Nigeria's rapid urbanization, climate vulnerabilities, energy deficits, and population growth demand architectural design and leadership that embraces circular design, resource efficiency, clean energy adaptation, and resilient planning. It is heartwarming to see that our women architects are already showing the way, redefining what it means to build for both people and planet. Let me quickly add at this point that your role goes even deeper. You are the champions of safe public spaces for women and girls. You determine whether our schools are secure, whether hospitals are dignified, whether markets are accessible, and whether communities can thrive free from environmental risks. You shape the ecosystems that protect children, empower families, support creativity, and strengthen national identity. I therefore urge FAN to continue expanding its influence. It must mentor the next generation of female architects, advance research on gender and design strengthening partnership with government agencies, and embedded sustainability metrics across professional standards. The ministry stands ready to collaborate with you on child-friendly infrastructure, women's-safe urban planning, energy-efficient community hubs, and the architectural components of our special program. To every woman architect here today, know that your work matters immensely. As you celebrate your achievements, let this gathering also be a call to action, a call to innovate boldly, build responsibility, inspire fearlessness, and lead sustainably. I commend the female architects of Nigeria for this important convening session, for your enduring service to our nation, and for your commitment to excellence. Your work is indispensable to the Nigeria we are building under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. I thank you all for listening. May God bless FAN, and may God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that wonderful keynote address. I'm sure that we are very encouraged to do more. That's what she's saying, that the female architects of Nigeria are hereby encouraged to do more, to reach out, and to take all the spaces that they can. So without wasting time we're making a lot of progress. I'm so excited. And we're going to go into the panel discussion. And the topic for this panel is Women in Architecture, Trailblazing Sustainability in Nigeria Built Environment. And to do justice to this topic, I want to tell us that their profile, if you look into the program, their profile is well recorded. And I don't think I should really go over them again, if you don't mind. So we have architect Professor E.A. Ola Adisa, FNIA. Thank you. Walking majestically to me. Okay. Yes. I believe the moderator will sit at the edge, and then you want the moderator to sit in the middle? Okay. Maybe. The moderator of the seat is reserved for you in the middle. We also have Godwin Oriako, PhD. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Encourage him. He's a lead for sure. Let him know that he's very welcome in our midst. Maybe he's shy now. The more you clap, the more the shyness will disappear. I also have Michael Oluwademi, who are giving us a good message earlier. Please put your hands together, clap. We have Saratu Labo. She's not available. Okay. And then we have architect Amina Batagarawa, PhD. Thank you. In this case, now it's important to always have that PhD. Because some people's doctors, the prefixes are, honored and bought. So this PhD means that she went through the whole work. Please can we put our hands together for her again? Because it's not a mean feat to do a PhD. According to those who have done, they said at a point you even bend down and cry. Say, take the PhD, I don't know whether she did that. Maybe she should tell me later and private. And finally, the moderator for this session is Architect Lapo Saleh, FNIA. So she's going to start the conversation on women in architecture, trailblazing sustainability in Nigeria built environment. Please put your hands together for the panelists.
Okay. Hello? Okay. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here. And this panel is a very, very interesting panel. I don't know if we have read out their profiles, their bios. Has that happened? Okay. Yes, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm actually worried about time. Okay, so I would like to give a little background on each of our speakers. However, because we are kind of tight on time, I would like to just point out some basic things about them, and that will guide our questions and the way we move forward. So initially, I had wanted to send the questions to all the speakers, but I thought I didn't want to give them expo. I wanted them to come and answer honestly from their hearts what they really thought, like, let me catch them. So what I'm going to do, in order to make it more interactive, is actually just ask them some questions based on their background to start off the conversation, and then the questions that will follow will come from the conversation naturally. And so I will start with Professor Adisa on my left, who is the Professor of Architecture currently in the University of Jos. Her bio is something that we have to read from the profiles. I'd love to have read everything out, but suffice it to say, she has dedicated her life to the education of young minds. And what a journey it has been. Very impressive, with some very important milestones. Thank you very much for being here. Next we have, also to my left, Engineer Michael Uluwagbemi. And what I love about this panel actually is the fact that you have such a diverse...
I thought my voice is very loud. That's apparently the only new and Yoruba in my shouting voice.
Excuse me.
Yes! I imagine. So it's good to recognize your abilities. And I have a very loud voice. So Engineer Michael is a certified program management professional. However, his degrees in electrical engineering, an MBA, and membership of many boards of some very important. You can see oil and gas over here, you can see energy. So we have a lot to gain from this discussion with you. Thank you for being here. Next we have Dr. Associate Professor Amina Masagara to my right. I told her that I kept all the very hard questions for her, so she should prepare herself. But everybody else has one question, she has three, so she should be prepared. Amina is a seasoned academic leader and researcher with expertise in education, energy, and gender. And she's been my teacher more than once, I think. People like, aren't you younger than me? Okay, sorry, we're not allowed to. Okay, so she's not here. Okay. As a very seasoned public servant, I want to introduce Dr. Oyako, who I met earlier for academic excellence and professional milestones. A very interesting background of accounting, a chartered accountant, but he has now gained a PhD in legislative studies. And he has experience in National Assembly, working as a budget officer and clerk. So he's the money man on this table. And I hope as my specialty or the area in which I practice the most is sustainability. And the topic here is about sustainability. So I'm going to start from Dr. Amina as I promised. Let's divide the hardest questions as much as possible. I hope I have the support of the community. Or I should use questions for her. No? I can't lower the bar for her now. Why? Because she's a woman. Okay. So, we find that our curriculum in architecture seems to be lacking in many areas. How can we create a more collaborative training curriculum for architects and their professional colleagues right from university?
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I think you should use the mic here.
This is better.
No, you're not.
Put up the other one.
So I would like to recognize the CCMAS, which is the brand new curriculum that has been introduced across Nigerian universities to replace the BMAS. Forgive me if I don't know exactly what it is. It's the core curriculum, minimum academic standards. So it's been newly introduced across universities in Nigeria, and it had a lot of consultation. Honestly, I haven't seen this level of consultation with educators in collaboration with the NUC. Now, some people would argue with me that, it's crap, but I honestly saw an attempt by a Nigerian agency to collaborate to work on the curriculum. Can it be better? Yes, everything can be improved. But is it a good starting point? Yes. So I think some of your fears have started being addressed. The only thing maybe I would add is this synergy between industry and academics. Somehow we've relegated academics to the school and shelves, and doing a lot of research that doesn't have a lot of impact in the realities of industry. So I think a lot has to be made. I'm very happy with our leadership of the NIA in the Abuja chapter, because I know how much she's been working with her team very hard to come into the universities, and I work at the university, so I know how hard we've been working to have input into the curriculum and also teaching and especially mentoring. And I think that is very crucial and that's very important, and that should be amplified and encouraged. No matter what the schools, because schools have their administration, and all these bringing in people from industry is not neat a lot of the time, and they have their HR policies and all of that. So, schools have to be educated that look, architecture is a professional course, and it has to reflect the realities of the profession, and so you have to just make the opportunity for industry to come into the classroom and make it easy to do.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So, if I summarize what you were saying, you're saying that collaboration between the academic community and the practice community should be more robust in order to improve the education of the young architects. Okay, thank you for that. And one of the reasons why I'm asking this question is because for any kind of sustainable practice, it's important to work in an integrated team. So I'm just wondering, in BASE in particular, is there any move towards working with the other allied professionals, such as engineers and so on and so forth, in a more collaborative environment, right from school?
So, something else that came out of CC Mass is recognizing architecture as being a faculty, meaning that it's a field now in its own. This also means that we have to kind of stop looking at architecture as, traditionally how we saw it as, design. So architecture has gone way beyond that. So for it to thrive as a faculty, it also means architects now need to be competent in other fields that are related to architecture. If not, it's a dead field if we just limit ourselves to traditional architecture. So that being said, how do we now move from being a department out of usually environmental sciences or environmental design to become a faculty on our own? So it means we really need to start thinking outside the box, because even practice has stopped being, what it used to be. So the education of architecture also needs to evolve outside the box. So you now see how it has become kind of obsolete to even look at the relationship between architects and the other professionals, because in of itself, architecture has now become a field, and we have to just step out and think differently.
Thank you very much. So I'll move to Dr. Oyaku. And I almost said honorable.
No, I'm not contested that election.
I almost said honorable. Okay, so what I'd like to ask you is this. Why do you think sustainable regulations are hard to pass or to enforce? And what do architects and other professionals in the building industry, what do we have to do differently? You've been inside, you've seen the money side, you've seen the legislative side. What do you think we can do differently in order to push sustainability in Nigeria?
Thank you. I think, in my opinion, and also rising from in my experience, over 2 decades or thereabouts, is a lack of understanding of context and maybe what we feel about public policies in Nigeria in terms of the context and all that has to do with public policy issues, much more, even about legislating. Because one thing first, we must have, a drive, specific, focus about what we want to achieve. And then all of that things are built up to such areas of focus and all that. In Nigeria, somebody can just wake up with an idea, just this idea is loud everywhere. Just throw it at everybody without dissecting, without seeing the see whether it is even feasible within our own system. And somebody buys it and throws it to public space. Proper, what will I say, deliberation probably will not have engagement, particularly identifying who the stakeholders are. Proper, stakeholding is not undertaken. Then all of a sudden, somebody packages something to the fore, and then people begin to think, it's something that you can drive, to the end. And we also have issues of, like I keep saying, misconception about the way processes and procedures are. We go out of governance of the West, and the way they do their own thing, instead of looking for a way of localizing our own idea to conform with what can operate with us, we take that whole line and sinker, and then we apply the processes and the procedure. There was this time, I think about 16 years ago, I was in the garden, in the US Congress. So many countries were there. And then somebody raised a question about issue of lobbying. Okay? And incidentally, the person was in Nigeria. And they said, yes, sure, it's allowed, and all policies and all that. Then the next question is, does money exchange happen? And everybody, the whole hall went, in uproar, because everybody knew what he was driving at, and all that. And of course, the commentator said yes, it may and it may not, but it must not be traceable to an individual. And he was giving an example that, for example, an organization like the pharmaceutical industry or company will come up, have a program that they want to throw to the public. And of course, they must of necessity go and engage the services of lobbies and all that. And whatever thing that happens, that it must not for any reason be traceable to an individual. Okay? And that one, of course, you cannot talk about that one around this kind of our own space here. Isn't it? So these are the things. Our own is for lack of understanding with respect to how processes and procedures and the content of issues around public policies are. For me, like this kind of engagement, for example, if you sustain this kind of engagement, say the faith comment here, we sustain this level of engagement, for example, at least it will go sink well into a good number of people who have, who have good idea and who have, mind for public policies and public issues, and begin to drive them. For the female, for example, I also have my immediate query or quarrel with them is that the energy they put at the whole front to take control, that energy, if they can deploy even a quarter of it or half of it, through public policies, I think they would have done far better than what they are. So for me, like professional organizations, for example, like this one, they can achieve so much with stakeholders, reaching out to legislators. A good number of them truly have sound intention about having to drive processes and all that. And it's just a function of identify these ones that you are sure can run with your own idea for the purpose of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that answer. I don't think it is one more.
Okay. So, Dr. Oracle, so are you trying to say that you want to push forward a legislation that insists that women architects should get 60 to 70% of all government projects and should come and talk to you? That way I say this.
Now, you really have to come to talk to where you can talk to me. The area you can talk to me, one, I have not contested an election, so I don't belong to, but I know that I could give good counsel. about the way you can approach it. And then I can be your lobby, that I can promise you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And I think it speaks back to what Dr. Amina was saying as well, that there is some academic exercise that needs to actually happen when you want to push things forward. So that research, going back and finding your stakeholders, doing research, where's the policy going, who is my target market, before you start looking for a lobbyist or exchanging hands, okay. Or something like that. You need to actually have some skills in that area. Thank you very much. Okay, so Professor Adisa, I want to ask you a question, and I want you to speak plainly. Why should sustainability be important? And I don't mean from a high-end perspective. You want to save the world, you want to be good, like you're the future. It's like, look at me here in 100 years, very little. But what I want to ask you is this: what should it mean to a professional like you or like me? What should it mean to a client in Nigeria? What should it mean to the common man on the street? And when I say common man, I'm talking about anyone in here. No one here is a common man in Nigeria. We are the maybe 10 or 20%. Sure. We're talking about the 90%, the 80% of Nigerians who are living in informal settlements, who do not necessarily have access to pipeline water or 24 hours electricity, whether it's solar panels or whatever case may be. Why should that common man care? And I want you to bring it down from the professional to the clients and then to the common man.
Okay, thank you very much. And you said you were going to ask me the hard questions. So, basically the way I would like to approach this is when you look at sustainability, you can look at it from two angles, which is from the way we all live. We go from the cradle to the grave. And typically, we tend to practice that, which is that everything has a beginning and an end. But if we look at sustainability a little bit differently and go from the cradle to the cradle, that is a cycle, which is the way things happen in nature. I had a very interesting discussion with one of the ladies in charge of photography earlier, and she was asking some questions, and we not want to talk about them. They're not relevant. But the point is that what she was asking is something that we lived about 30 years ago. And I'm sure if you were to ask any of the older architects, they will tell you it's just a matter of looking at the circle. In nature, things are not meant to start and end. You know, I'm not being philosophical, even though I have a doctor here, I have a PhD, but the truth of it is that if we begin to think that something should be able to start with me and continue beyond me, then it will shape the way I go about doing things. But if I think that it ends with me, then I will not do anything about it. How does that translate to you as an architect or somebody that goes to the market? The world has moved away from circular economy, even if they tell you they are in. Used to be when we were children, something gets spoiled, then you fix it. But nowadays, something gets spoiled and you dispose of it. I didn't go to school, I was away from Nigeria for a long time, and then suddenly I came back and I saw black nylon bags. When we were children, for instance, those of us that can't feet up, we keep the bottles, the empty bottles, and that's what we put the water in the fridge and for any other thing. And that's what you get when you go to the market and they would fill things. And it made the environment cleaner. Because I don't want us to look at sustainability from the standpoint of only the carcass. What do I mean by the carcass? The building in which we live. Even the human body is a carcass. What goes in and what comes out is just as important. We may say it's waste, but even the waste, it can be toxic. Somebody that has some communicable disease somewhere, and you will find that even their waste needs to be handled in a particular way. So if we begin to look beyond cradle to the grave, but look at things in a circle, it will affect the way we think. And as a man thinks, so he is. What do I mean by that? If you know that the buck does not stop with you, but it's going to go round, the kind of materials you will use, you will specify. The kind of design you will make, and I'm not walking this hall, but everybody here knows that if the lights would go out, we will not be able to breathe. And even though it makes for good acoustics, this may not be the way to go, which I want to build on what you talked about earlier, which is to domesticate anything that we are doing here, anything that we are doing, because you're thinking beyond yourself. So it has to be able to work within our context. Now, for me as a teacher, and I've been a teacher for quite a while now, I think I've been in every part of it. I've been in private practice, I've been in public service, and I've been a teacher. But I think I've always been a teacher. And I've been a teacher for over 3 decades now, going into the 4. Because of thinking cradle to cradle, the information that I'm giving my students is not static. Otherwise, I'll be teaching history. In architecture, we have different aspects. Maybe 7 streams, have technology, have history, and all of that. But when you're thinking about circles, then you are not going to be static in the sense that what you are saying is only appealing to one side.
You keep on, if I, for instance, teach what I taught anywhere I go in Nigeria, I always see my students. And imagine if I'm teaching what I taught my students in even 30 years ago, then I'll be teaching history. No matter what the subject is, as far as the student is concerned, it's the history of that, because it may not be relevant in that context. Carry that down to construction methods and things like that. Then we will find that we are able to continue what we are doing. I was fortunate when I said I started working in private practice, not in Nigeria. And I lived in a place where it was all built up. So everything about that environment and that economy was about retrofitting. They were not tearing down their buildings to come up with new. In fact, my first real project was about the nastiest place you ever want to be. It was an old garage, and they were using it for a special knock unit. And I had to go and do the as-built in a really nasty, run-down neighborhood where the drug, when I was on site, you'd see all the paraphernalia of the drug industry and all of that. And from that early entry into architecture, I saw that the Western world tends to keep what they have. They may not call it sustainability, but they keep what they have and they don't throw it away, and they build on what they have so that it can continue. Because truly, if you want to go cradle to cradle, you cannot throw away everything. Otherwise, there won't be a reference. What makes you know you're going from a circle is that it has a beginning, it has a middle, and it comes back to source. I may be sounding a little bit abstract, but really, if we look at sustainability from this endless cycle and know that one day, maybe centuries from now, the world is still around. All of us, if we continue living here, would be the manure, so to say, for the next set of people. It has a way of grounding you. It has a way of giving you perspective. And most importantly, you want to give back. You don't want to keep. If it's cradle to grave, then I can steal everything I want and do everything I want because it's going to end with me. Yes, so I can build any rubbish building, have any kind of building collapse. But if I know that I'm going from the cradle to the cradle, I will take care of whatever I have. So you can fill in the blanks wherever you fit in, whether you are selling building materials, whether you are designing buildings, whether you are supporting or you are in policy. I think the same thing applies. I hope I've spoken as simply as I can. I don't want to talk like a teacher now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So what I got from that was that you're saying sustainability is actually the same thing to everybody. Yes. It's a circle to the professional, to the client, and to the common man. And everybody should look for their position in that circle in order to perpetuate this circle, actually, to continue that continuous movement. Thank you very much for that. I think anyone will be able to understand that. Okay, so my question for Engineer Michael is, I have only one question. When will they see this money? I'm joking, sir. I'm actually joking. So as a venture capitalist, you have seen the money. And what I would like to ask you is this. You sat at so many tables. What are the key issues that you face working with different kinds of people from different kinds of backgrounds? Like I said in I won't even call it a summary, the mention of your bio. You've worked in REA, that's Rural Education Agency, as on the board. You've been on the board of ExxonMobil. You've been on the board of, I think you're currently running Afri Labs. Is that correct? Yes. And then just a few other places. So what I want to say is, you've sat on all these tables. What are the issues that you face working with other professionals on that table? And is it possible for you to drive the conversation when it comes to sustainability in the implementation of any kind of project, especially for us, because we're builders, we're designers? Is it possible to drive business from another perspective? And now that's your perspective now. So if I'm on the table with venture capitalists, the finance people, because I think that's one weak area that everybody says architects have when it comes to finance or business management. On that table, how can I, in your position now, push a sustainability agenda? How do you drive change? How do you drive development? That's actually the question. I don't know if that question was clear.
Yes, very clear. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. First, I think it's very important for us to, we use the word sustainability a lot. And then I think Prof was at least able to bring it home somewhat, at least in your explanation. Sustainability matters, but what is sustainability? It is basically the use of resources by us currently to meet current needs while not denying those people that will also need the same or some kind of resources in the future, their own ability to meet their own needs in the future, right? So sustainability is making sure that while you're meeting your own needs today, you're not denying future generation their own ability to meet their own needs. In all of these, it's a concept of economics, which I think is my favorite subject, even though I'm an engineer. Because economics, as you know, is about using scarce resources to meet unlimited needs. Wants, that's what they call it. So if the resources is scarce, as it were, because our needs are unlimited, but we are expected to use that resource to meet our own current needs while keeping the needs of the future in mind, it gives you a clearer perspective on what we mean by sustainability, and which is what you mentioned by cradle to cradle, not cradle to grave. Because the future is a beginning of a new future. Tomorrow is a new tomorrow, if you understand what I mean. So every day, you are starting a new day to start another new day. So you must always keep that in mind when you're using or utilizing resources. When we sit around the table as venture capitalists, what we are trying to look for is a window where investors cannot just make a one-time profit, but can continue to make profit. It is impossible for profit to be sustainable, and by the way, sustainability is always considered in three perspectives: finance, environment, and human. That's social. If any of those three goes into imbalance, for the venture capitalist, the cycle of making profit ends, and the business model is unsustainable. So if you bring a business proposition to the venture capitalist as an architect or as a professional in the built-up environment, which I'm also am. I'm a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Would you immediately put the business at risk if you've not considered how to ensure the human capital, the social aspect of it is sustainable? If, for example, your project puts the community at risk, for example, what we were doing in the Niger Delta for a long time, when we're degrading our environment while we're extracting oil, and we're killing the fish, we're killing the abilities of those people there to extract and to enjoy the environment in peace, then we created the inevitable when we had the Niger Delta crisis, when people were out of jobs because the oil had spilled, that killed the fish. I grew up in that environment. I grew up in Warri, and I laughed when a gentleman came up and said he needed wrapper to be a woman. Well, in Warri, we men wear wrapper. You understand? We wear wrapper. So, in that kind of environment where you've not considered the social aspect, and you come up with your fancy architectural design, and you've not considered what ifs around the people that will utilize those design, and maybe it throws off that design, it means the venture capitalist can make his money, maybe part of his money, but not all his money, because that cannot perpetuate. There will be some conflict, social conflict, as a result of social imbalances. I'll give you something that is not obvious. I remembered, and I give this as an example. I remember in 2008, when we first started talking about a cashless society, and I had a presentation at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Those of us who were into the fintech, the venture capitalist side of things. And I asked the then Central Bank team that we had NIPS, the popular NIPS, which is a subsidiary of Central Bank. And I said, have you guys conducted an ESIA on the introduction of the cashless policy? And they looked at me like I was talking crazy. I said, no. You need to carry out an environmental social impact assessment of this policy. And they said, why? I said, well, I can tell you a problem up front. If this policy succeeds, even though it's a seemingly good policy, the era of home intrusion to get money from individuals called armed robbery, which we grew up under 80s and 90s, will turn to an era of kidnapping. Are we not dead today? Is kidnapping not the way to go today? Is that not the way crime goes today? Yes, because we never conducted that ESIA. When you remove cash, then I will not come to your home to ask you your money or your life. I will take the life. I will keep it with me so that your relatives will go and find the cash to pay me, since all of you are now cashless. So just that cashless policy shifted the pattern of crime, which we were not ready for. So as we were going cashless, the route was that we should have set up the modus operandi to track financial transactions to ensure that when kidnapping happens, we can find the people that are conducting that kidnapping and we can track it because we've conducted a proper ESIA. And so in any design, whether it's financial design, architectural design, engineering design, a proper evaluation on this trifecta. Let me talk about the angle of environment. You cannot, as an environmentalist or as an architect, a female architect in the room, design your building without thinking, what is the impact of these on the earth on which I'm erecting my structures? Can there be mudslides? When you are leveling the ground, what is the impact on the immediate environment? How are you even removing the earth? How are you dealing with wind? How are you dealing with potential rainfall? I see some, and I say this as clients of those of you in the room, as I own a development company. And all the time when my architects bring the drawings, I'm looking at, this is not designed for Nigeria. Small windows, no lighting, in a country that is perpetually hot. And then you look at the roof design. Geez. Within 1, 2, 3 years, the roof is leaking. Because we are not designing for our environment. And then, of course, the third one, which is financial, which is what you would think I'll be interested in, right? Financial sustainability. But to me, in the ranking, social, environment, financial is last. Because if I don't figure out the social harmony of your design and the environmental harmony of your design, it will destroy my financial model. But it's very important that, of course, you think about how to sustain your design in a financial way for you to ultimately sell it to me. So sustainability is thinking about these 3 dimensions and thinking about it consistently as we make decisions. We think of our decisions as cradle to cradle and sustainable cradle to cradle. Not just cradle to cradle, looking at you to your grandchild. You are looking at you to your grandchild, to the 10th generation, to the 12th generation, because the only commonality of us as humans is this health that we call as our own. And we have nobody leaves this place alive. All of us, whether we like it or not, everybody in the room, it's not that I'm swearing for you, 100 years time, none of us is here. But somebody will be here. And so since we know somebody is going to be here, we need to make sure that we leave the world better than we met it. That is what sustainability is about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Actually, and then when you asked me to moderate this group, you did not tell me it was an assignment, because I feel like, as in the kind of education I'm getting here, it's a lot. I was going to just say, I'm not even sure I'm capable to ask any more questions, because I'm just like absorbing everything. Thank you so much for that. And I think you pointed out something that is really relevant to us as architects. The fact that you have to look, that EIA report that we do, or we don't do, actually, we give it to town planners to do, which is not a bad thing, but the point is that how many of you actually go through that report? We see that report, and most of the time, a lot of times it's copy and paste, and we don't really look at it. When last did you think of the financial, economic, and social impact of your design? But I have to say, sir, honestly, there are not a lot of developers that are actually interested in anything beyond that financial window. So it's interesting to hear you actually say that you want to judge all of that. Because if I design a building, for example, a mall, and I build shops that would make the owner have new tenants every single year, that's not a sustainable business. You want to be able to build something that will improve in value, and that the person will be able to collect rent year over year on one tenant, versus having a high turnover. And that's something that a lot of architects don't actually consider. So let's take that lesson, the very, 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 very good lesson, actually, and try to imbibe that in our practices. Thank you for that again. Okay, Dr. Amin, I'm coming back to you, but at this point, I'll try to go a bit more random, and we have to, because of time, we'll have to now limit our answers a little bit. So along the value chain of sustainability, I would place you on the education and advocacy side. However, there's a very large value chain. And on the other end, I would say, is manufacturing. Do you think that one is the egg and one is the chicken? Which one comes first? Do you think that if we had enough products in the market, sustainable products in the market, it would be very easy for the architects to design and for the teachers to teach about these products and how they can be used? Or do you think that it's the education side of it that will actually push? I know both of them are important, so that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, which do you think should come first in order to push sustainability into the forefront of the agenda?
Okay. So shout out to my students that are here. We're actually missing class, but this is our class for today. All right. So actually what I want to say is, how about we look at theory instead? There's a nasty word in Nigeria that I wish we would abolish: stomach infrastructure. It sounds funny when they say it, but it makes me die every time. Why? Because we're doing things for the now. And I don't know how it has become commonplace, but that's a common sentiment. And truly, the elite in this country, whether they're educational elite, manufacturers, or whatever, the 20%, we've really got to mature, evolve beyond that. And I think the answer is in theory, and that will answer your question. So coming from a somewhat illiterate society, we don't write things down, we don't know the theory behind things, and we don't use theoretical frameworks, meaning we don't build from what others have found to be true, have found to work. And we always try to reinvent the wheel and start things off just from what we feel, what we believe. No, that's not really how successful civilization works. We've got to go back to the theory. So I think the answer to that actually lies in us understanding that we've got to write things down, we've got to use documents, we've got to read, we've got to use theory, and then go wherever we're going to go, and then we'll be learning from successful people who have made a success in whatever it is, be it manufacturing, be it business or whatever. Everything that you're going to do, somebody has tried to do it before and he has failed and he has succeeded. So the answer is in learning and moving forward. Also so that goes to the theory of sustainability. Yes, it's true, sustainability is looking at things and considering people in the future. But it's also talking about people who are living now in other geographies. So when you talk about a lot of things about sustainability and they tell you that, oh, it's Oyibo people, they finished the earth and now they're telling us what to do. It is a billion dollar industry, the sustainability industry. And we've got to learn to speak the language so that we serve on the table where this, venture capitalists, I'm sure you're with me. We've got to speak the language and we've got to take part in those conversations because honestly, even if you don't believe in sustainability, there's a lot of money in that sector. And we've even got to think beyond sustainability and go to regeneration because we have already destroyed the environment. So we need to regenerate. And that's why I love the fact that today we're talking about healing. And we've got to heal. We've got to heal this country. We're all, the country itself is sick. The environment is sick. So we've got to go beyond even sustainability.
Thank you for that. So if I was summarize, basically you're saying you think the theory should come first. The education and the research and that should come before we think about the products that we can actually use for sustainable buildings. Okay, thank you for that. Professor Adisa, I want to ask you a question. If, for example, we had homegrown solutions for sustainable design, what would that look like? That is, we assume that we didn't import any idea, something that came naturally from what we have here. What would that look like? What would our society look like? What would our environment look like?
It will look Nigerian. Sounds funny. But what is Nigerian is what will be useful to us. Interestingly, I'm one of my areas, sub-area, most people don't really know is construction waste management. So I don't throw anything away. Keep all the things. And I think that every Nigerian is like that. I mean, you go to people's houses and you see these bottles and they're all stored, or you have these food pack things and they're all kept, and you use them for, in my house I call them Mr. Big's packs, because when we started eating fast food, you go to Mr. Big's and then you get these things and you keep them and you put your food in them and you put in the freezer or whatever. So Nigerians by nature tend to recycle. It's just that it has become a dirty word to recycle, because there's a whole big industry that is there making people not want to identify with the authentic. Let me put it that way, the authentic. What do I mean by the authentic? You use the basic materials and then you come and clad them with something that doesn't have anything to do with them. So if we can just be the Nigerians that we are and embrace the fullness of that. What do I mean by the fullness of that? The good, the bad, the ugly of it, and not be afraid to do that. I mean, look at all of us, well, particularly the women. Most of us are wearing fabrics that are convenient for here. I normally would not dress like this, but from where I'm coming, Abuja is extremely hot. So if I do not dress in a manner that is conforming with that, I go to Lagos and things and people are like, I don't understand you, where you went to school and where you lived and everything, and why would you dress like Indira Gandhi, you know, for lack of a better word, because it's functional. And so sustainability is going to look like what will work for us. And part of it is that those of us in privileged positions would need to advocate, if you will, for us to be comfortable in our own skin. I'm very comfortable in my own skin. I wouldn't call myself Afrocentric, to be honest. I don't really know what that means. Yes, I'm a Nigerian. Maybe because I have also lived there, but I'm a Nigerian. I never crossed anywhere on any ship. So I'm a Nigerian, and put it that way. I'm a Nigerian woman. And for me, being a Nigerian is being true and being comfortable in my own skin. So if we can project that and not be about keeping up with the Joneses, so to say, you will find more of a place. But many of us, when we're in a position to take a stand, so to speak, we tend to go with the flow. Interestingly, I did a lot of study on practice and the way practice is going. In fact, I have a lot of information which I kept aside. I'll be talking about other things, but this is the time to come out. But let me say something about us. We have not taken a stand, let me talk to architects now, sufficiently to convince the clients that we know what is best. So, you're designing a house and your client is more interested in the house that Mr. Lagbaja built. Or I saw this house in London, or I saw this house in Dubai. Meanwhile, you live in a climatic zone, and Dr. Amina will understand what I'm saying. She just, in fact, a landmark work, let me give a shout out to that. She's just published only the second book on climatology in Nigeria, more of those kind of things. I think she deserves a round of applause. Yes, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon. I'm not saying it just to celebrate. I'm just trying to make us understand that we don't even want to solve our own problems. So we are not doing climatology, or you are doing it and you set it aside. Then you're building one house that looks like a Sudanese, the roof looks like a Sudanese pyramid. You know what I mean? Those houses that are all over Abuja with those roofs, and you don't live in the Alps where the snow doesn't need to. So fortunately for us, we don't spend a lot on energy. I know that sounds controversial. I mean, compared to the rest of the world. And our lives do not depend on it. I'm saying this against the backdrop as some places, if you do not have the AC to work, you may die because it's so hot, or you may die because it's so cold. So our energy bills are not expensive. So we should be able, those of us that are quote unquote the elite, advocate for these things to be used. And tell your clients, they may stop for a while, but if you give them a convincing alternative, we will not have houses. They say we have housing problem. I can do a random survey in Abuja, and I can tell you that there are thousands of houses that you can't live in. They're not good enough because we are not bringing our home. We are not building to suit the psyche of the Nigerian. We just have, how will you do mansionette and you roll it in like barracks? Who is going to like face me, I face you? Nobody's going to buy those things. So until we as Nigerians, especially those of us in a position, if you look at the theme of this NIA, the last two things, and I think that Madam President, thank God she's seated here, is very passionate about us being real, keeping it real. If architects can keep it real, everybody will fall in line. But as long as we keep chasing our tail like the dog, because the sophisticated clients do not want this, you haven't given them an option. If they have an option, they will not go for those things. And when we do that, we'll have solutions to our problems that are homegrown.
Thank you very much. So you're saying our environment would look utilitarian, would be using more of what we have. It would be reflective of our materials instead of importing things, like you said, cladding and covering the nature of whatever it is we're building with. You're also saying that these buildings would be more comfortable to live in and probably low energy as well if we had more homegrown solutions. Okay, thank you for that. Engineer Michael, I'd like to ask, from your background in technology, how many, or can you tell us some interesting technological innovations that you've supported in your hubs, in one of your hubs, that you see as being a game changer in the future of sustainability? Share an interesting story with us.
Yeah, not a problem. There's quite a bit. I mean, we've invested in well over 180 companies in the last 17 years at Lofty Inc., which I co-founded in 2009. So you're asking me to pick which of my children is the favorite when you tell me to talk about sustainability. But I'll tell you this, I will take this from a built-up environment perspective so that it's relevant to this discussion. One of them that I remember very well around sustainability, sustainable energy, a company called Omfort, right? It allows you to be able to monitor your energy usage remotely and then be able to turn off and shut off. And they started this well before this era of smart homes. And it was, at that time, everybody was still just getting used to the idea of paying your bill. But now they've become even more relevant. More recently, I sat down with them and they've expanded their offering to being able to even monitor your gas usage in a kitchen, for example, and to ensure that you can get a regular supply for the women, again, since I'm among female architects and you are the chief managers of your kitchen, I'm sure, such that if you're not going to run out of LPG at night, and then it's automatically resupplied. So those are the kind of relevant technology that can allow us to manage our built-up environment better, and also allows us to be able to achieve the triple bottom effect, which is sustainability in the environmental, in the financial, as well as in the social front, because these are relevant technologies to our life. But that being said, I have to say that there's no scarcity of innovation per se when it comes to sustainable environment in Nigeria and even in the rest of Africa. Of course, I sat on the board of AfriLabs, as you mentioned, which is a network of all the innovation hubs, VCs, as well as accelerators across the continent in 54 countries, over 500 of them. But what I always see is that, to what Prof also had said, is the confidence that we need in ourselves to support innovations that come from us. We rather, it will shock you to know that one of the innovations that we backed very early on at Lofty Inc., which is Flutterwave. We were the first one to write the first investment check into Flutterwave in 2016. Today, Flutterwave now powers Uber in San Francisco in California. They make more money from their overseas clients than they do here in Nigeria, right? But I recall that when we sat down with Ian and Bengad in 2016, it never appeared that these two Nigerian young men coming up with the idea of a technology platform that will allow you to be able to pay with multiple platforms without having any disruption, which we were used to then, where you have 10 POS in one location and then try this one, try that one, until it works, right? And they were giving us this idea and said, we're going to go from hardware switching to software switching. We are going with a military-grade security technology that will be built on the back end and will serve anybody, anywhere across the world. So they were not just building for Nigeria. They were building for the world. And today they've conquered the world. And it tells you that innovation, the young man that was co-founder of that entity, went to school here. What's the name of this Catholic school in Nasarawa? Loyola College. Yeah, that's where he went. And so he's educated in Nigeria. And Benga himself, educated in Nigeria, went to OAU, worked at Access Bank. And today they've conquered the world. He's valued at well over $4 billion entity today, right? And it is for us to know that this innovation can come from among us. We are the biggest and richest black nation that the world has ever known. So once you have that understanding, 1 in 5 black person in the world is a Nigerian, 1 in 4 African is a Nigerian. And so we have a special responsibility to the black race. If you understand that if there were meetings that were called of the 3 primary races, the Caucasoid, the Mongoloid, and the Negroid, there will be 3 people in that meeting, American, Chinese, and Nigeria. It will be 3 of us that will have that meeting, whether they like it or not. So we have a special responsibility to the black race. And so that should give us confidence that when we see an innovation coming from among us, it's not just applicable here in Nigeria. It's applicable in Barbados. It's applicable in Jamaica. It's applicable in Honduras. It's applicable in Papua New Guinea. It's applicable in Australia. These are places where people of our race occupy. And we have similar environments in Brazil, where 50% of the population are people of color, right? So we have to understand that we have that responsibility to incubate, to innovate, because we are not just serving Nigeria, the 230 plus million, while we are still trying to figure out how to count ourselves, but we are serving the entire black race. And that is a special responsibility that should give us confidence to evaluate these things on the merit and then project them and develop them for the benefit of mankind and humanity in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Okay, it's working. Okay, so and I'll also need a spa date after this for a massage because I'm tired of nodding my head at everybody. I'm tired of just going back and forth. Yes, I agree. So please put that into the fund budget. And with that, I come to Dr. Oriakun. So I want to ask you, in your research, when you were talking about electricity, I'm sure you came across the SDGs and how that affects governance, basically speaking. So I want to ask, what do you think, how can we translate those lofty ideals of sustainable development goals? How can we bring it down into the public sector in a way that can drive understanding and adoption? How do we bring it down to the Nigerian way of thinking? As he has pointed out, we are a lot. We are a lot of people. How can we get majority, 60%, to adopt some of these ideals that seem so lofty and so high above us? Thank you.
Thank you. I think essentially, I want to believe that our major problem, in that area is this, what will I say, a top-bottom approach to, issues that has to do with public. You are not going to the background to build based on issues of need, identification of the needs of the people. That has been a major issue. And that has plagued every policy issue with respect to Nigeria. Additionally, even the very area that, some relative successes were achieved, even to motivate such area is also a problem to us. I know that I think within your own sphere here, there was this story of, was it Ngozi Okonkwo that came out with this compressed this in block or something, 8 bricks or something, okay? These things are things that are common, ordinarily, should be common to us, should be able to build through our own culture, our own environment, and all that. And one would have thought that things like that should have been enough. Projects like that should have enormous, encouragement, motivation, because if you carry out a survey about how much you are going to achieve, with respect to, a sustainable environment and all that, that is massive in terms of job creation, in terms of, the climate issues and all that. But I think that one went to the winds, okay? So for me, it's the top, bottom approach. Our own governance, will I say, it's an elitist thing. You just start because somebody was talking about theory. Prof was talking about, theory, okay? You just talk about the concept. You are not talking about the practical approach to what is adoptable, what is sellable, what is adoptable, and things like that. We just see the things flashes, and then we just pick it like that without having to just carry out a proper survey to see where this thing sits well with us. Can this thing be applied to us? Can it not be applied to us? You talk about the SDG. If you list out the things that has to do with those development goals, as it were, when it works for some other people, for us it may not, because the needs of a particular area or community in Nigeria are not the same. But somebody comes, take this thing whole line and sinker, just say this should be my project and all that, and then they begin to run with it, and the next thing they begin to do resource allocation. Instead of doing probably proper budgeting by way of carrying out a survey, see where this thing, how this thing can work, and what is even the proper, if possible, raising a comparative cost analysis on it to see that this thing works, and this is the way to work, and it will be cost effective or it will be efficient. No, not with us. We just like you're saying, just anything that is theory is applicable to us, and that has been a bane. Thank you.
Has a delay. Okay. Thank you, sir. And so, from what you're saying, we come from the top down. It should be the natural solutions that come and they're supported and pushed and advocated for. And if enough research is behind it, we'll actually be able to make it relevant to whichever community it's being applied. Thank you for that.
Issue of what will I say now? Collaboration, cooperation. Issue of building coalition amongst people, and then putting this in a proper language that people will understand that this is the need of these people, and all that. With that one, if things like that are done in the name of a project and all that, one, there will be issue of ownership, because this is the likely need of the people that you are able to address. You sat with them, you discuss with them, and so you are sure it is their need. If that be the case, the likelihood of identifying ownership will not be there. But in Nigeria, even if you go and get a public a project for that the people do not know, and they didn't ask you for it, and you go there and then waste your resources and go and put there, issue of ownership will be absent. And to be wasted resources because there wasn't any proper engagement and the buying idea from the people. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for that point. I think that's actually something that we always tend to miss. And I think you have really brought it out. A sense of ownership. Anything we are doing, any kind of intervention you're making, you have to make sure the stakeholders have a sense of ownership within it. For example, when it comes to affordable housing, you try to make it incremental so that people start out with a 1-bedroom, but they by themselves can increase it to a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, and then they feel more ownership of that project than if you just supplied them with the solutions up front. Thank you for that point. Okay, and so I'm sure I have run out of time, because we started very late and all of that. So I don't want to take much more time because I'm sure people have lots and lots of questions to ask in the audience. So I'm going to just give everyone 1 minute to quickly summarize what you think, is your own unique message to us now as architects. What can we do to be more sustainable? What can we do to push sustainability forward? And how can we imbibe this into architecture as a general practice? Just from your different perspectives. I don't want to put you in a box. And also, I think, sorry, I just want to mention this as a side note. I think it's a bit of a shame that you have a book that is so relevant and we are not aware of it.
It's brand new.
Shouldn't we have copies by the reception desk being pushed?
We'll speak outside.
Okay. So please, I think, as he said, instead of applying all our energy to the kitchen, that's what he claimed though, we should try to apply our energy to, advocacy and pushing ourselves forward in other areas. Actually, Amna, please, can you just take us through your 1 minute unique positioning on sustainability? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So I would like to speak about capacity building. So sustainability, like I said, a lot of money is being invested in this field, and it's so huge because there's sustainability in everything. No matter whatever you're doing, you can build a niche. I mean, even if you study mass comm, there's a niche in sustainability. If you're a lawyer, if you're an architect, whatever you're doing, there's a niche for you in sustainability. But the issue is, not only don't we don't understand the concept, but we don't have the skills and the competence to make a living out of that niche. Let's not even go to, using it in our day-to-day lives. Let's leave it in the context of making a living. But everybody can get a piece of the pie, so to speak. So we need to be able to build capacity. Now, it's unfortunate as many schools are closing down across northern Nigeria, and I'm talking about capacity building. So thank God for AI and the internet that it has opened up a lot of opportunities. Opportunities we had in training that we never knew about, all of a sudden is at our fingertips on our phones. So we need to be consistent in trying to look for opportunities and then going outside the box to be able to have the confidence and that can-do attitude that, look, just as many people are applying for this thing, I can apply and I can get the funding and I can get the training that I need, So we need to be able to plug those holes and build capacity. There are a lot of us, like we've already agreed. And people are paying good money. I mean, if you think about Naira versus dollar, people are happy to take you on your services because it's much cheaper. So why don't we use that model? It's cheaper for people to hire me as a Nigerian and pay me Nigerian money than paying somebody else. So because we're so many, we could use that to our advantage. So we really, really need to build capacity and stop doing the things that we are used to doing. We have to go, move out of the box and do other things. Thank you.
Important capacity building. That is your final word with us today. Thank you. Well, before the questions are asked, Dr. Oriaku, can you give us your own unique take?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
My take here will be that I think over time we have unduly operated within so much closed space. We are not reaching out, the way we ought to reach out, try to stakehold, to get people's views about how things are and how they could be done differently. If that be the case, if you are able to open up the space, actively so, you will be able to open up the space and actively so in every area, particularly within this profession and all that, it will go a long way in drawing out issues that will start as questions and all that. And of course, they'll get answers as those questions come up. Thank you.
Maybe we should just be passing the mic. Okay. So by the time I collect it, you should have started. Okay, fine. Yes, so your last word, networking and collaborations. And we complain about this a lot in architecture or in the building industry, that we are all in silos. Everybody's doing their own thing in their own corner. And now that the Faculty of Architecture exists, are you sure we're not creating another silo within a silo of silos? So reaching out to other people, other stakeholders, and collaborating together is the best way for us to actually move forward sustainably. Thank you very much. Professor Adisa, please, can you give us, I know it's difficult, but we're going to ask you to just give us a very short take-away message.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
For us as architects, let's keep it real. And for students, get the requisite skills. Let's build in such a way that we will not wreck our society. They need proof that we need an architect. Everybody needs an architect. In your design, as a student or as an architect, let's give society the proof that they need an architect.
Wow, that was short and sweet. Prove to everyone why you need an architect. Thank you very much. Engineer Michael, I would ask you also for your own unique perspective. What message do you want to leave us with today?
Human-centered design. In anything, the key test of sustainability is to put human beings in the middle of what you are designing. That's the ultimate test. If we're going to be around here the next millennia and subsequent millennials, then you will be putting those people, the human beings, in the middle of your design. Think the human beings before you think profit. Think the human beings before you think short-term perspective on what you want to achieve with your own business. But when you put human beings at the center of the design, then you will be designing sustainably for the long-term and future generation. Thank you.
That is just the best way to actually end this panel discussion. I would have stayed here all day nodding and nodding, but it's good that there's a time frame. Thank you for that. At the end of the day, sustainability is about humanity, about being human, providing for humans right now and in the future. Thank you very much. So I'm going to hand over for the question and answer session to the MC and PRO. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists.
Okay, please, before they go, first of all, can we give them a round of applause? They've done exceptionally well, spoken to us in a language that we could understand, giving us some food for thought. I'm sure we all followed. And just as the moderator herself said she picked so much, I'm sure we also picked a lot. Now we're going to do anybody with questions. Any questions? Oh, amazing. So I think we should just take the number so that somebody doesn't remember after some time. So we're taking 2 questions from here. Any more questions? Okay, and one there. Please, that will be, wow. Okay, so what will happen is, if you don't mind, all the people down, can you come up? So that as soon as they take their questions, you take yours, and then the panelists can all answer at the same time. Makes sense, right? So you just be noting the questions as it's being asked. So let me start with our he for she. A friend in the house. Do we agree he's a friend in the house? Yes, now.
Thank you very much. I have a little insight which will dovetail into a question. I'm a professional architect. I practiced all my life, but I also teach. I have taught for 10 years in a school of engineering. I'm currently teaching all as visiting lecturer. And I tried an experiment recently with collaboration among students, give them assignments and ensure that they work together as a team with a chairman and a secretary taking minutes so that the solution came not from one individual. And the reason I did that because I schooled in an institution where the entire curriculum promoted individualism. And that has been a problem even in practice today. So I'm trying out an experiment where people can work together as a team and bring solutions that are collective. Now my question is it possible with our current educational system for assignments to be given in an institution where there is architecture, engineering, quantity surveying, and give assignments together so that these groups that will be meeting in practice can start that collaboration while in school?
Thank you very much. There was someone here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Mine is a kind of contribution to the conversations that have been going on. In Nigeria, when we are talking about sustainability in the built environment, we have certain legislations that are out there for us to look at as architects. The building code is one of them, which we haven't actually perfected. We have the sorry, let me take that. We have the Climate Change Act of 2021. And we also have the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agencies. Now, as architects, what we do is we get ideas from clients and then translate them into forms and paper. And then at the end of the day, we translate them into construction, right? So what do we do as architects when we have those informations on paper? The building agencies, who are the development agencies, building regulatory development agencies in our various capitals and towns, have they actually, translated all of these legislations into what the expectations are for architects? Because when you look at other climes of the world where sustainability is actually working, it has to do with legislation and it has to do with enforcement also. So going forward, I think in this forum, at the end of the day, we should be able to, as architects, also speak to implementations of some of the ideas that we have pushed forward, in order for like a compulsory thing for architects. When you do your designs and you're going for approvals and you're going for pure constructions, there's some specifications. Should be a percentage of sustainability points, or however you want to put it, in terms of materials, for the floors, for the walls, and all of that, to meet the sustainability issue we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a potential panelist for the future. Take note. All right. I saw some hands and I beg the people to come forward, please. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sumaya Kabir, and I'm here to, it's not a question, it's just a comment. Okay? Okay, very short. So I'm just going to comment on what Dr. Amina Batagara said earlier on about going beyond sustainable architecture. And that was my topic for my master's program. And fortunately, she was my supervisor, so we discussed on regenerative architecture. So I just want to pose it as a challenge for the schools of architecture to also look at this regenerative architecture, which also goes in line with what was discussed, being sustainable architecture, being from cradle to cradle rather than from cradle to the grave. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm architect Erike Pamela, and I don't know how to frame this, be it as a comment or as a question, but it kind of ties into all the contributions from all our panelists. The thought is specifically on homegrown solutions, and particularly related to tech. In Nigeria, in the world generally, we hear tech this, tech that. We have fintech, which is a very easy example, but in Nigeria, I don't think we've really started the discourse on construction tech or environmental design tech. When we hear tech, our minds, first of all, go to smart homes, eco-friendly designs. So speaking on homegrown solutions, and we did mention a bit on AI too. And this panel session is also tying in sustainability. There is a discourse on AI because it's the biggest thing right now versus sustainability. How sustainable it is with the huge data banks and also things that relates to privacy and data protection. How these also ties into policies and education, especially now with the establishment of new faculties of architecture, a revision, I think a revision of our curriculums to include these aspects as well is something that we should be thinking of and taking seriously. And then again, to our venture capitalists, funding for such homegrown solutions. I'm particularly interested in these kinds of discourse. And also the last point to throw in will be liaising and collaborating with other allied professionals within and outside the fields too. So I'm particularly interested in this, these points I have touched on because I'm kind of building something in that space. So I hope if I walk up to one of our venture capitalists to pitch the ideas, or like we have in the fintech space, such platforms where tech innovators can actually pitch their ideas to get funding for such ideas. So I hope I've made some sense, but I tried to. I don't know if it was a question or a comment, but those are the thoughts in my head. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing with us the thoughts in your head. I don't have the moderator at this point, too. All right.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate FAN for the great job they are doing at this AGM. My name is Architect Moses Aja. Mine will be to note that one of the greatest challenges over the years in pushing through any course is driving it through what is practical, what is possible, what can be seen. The panelists all spoke eloquently very well from their different backgrounds. I would love to see some practical examples from some of those who spoke on sustainability that can be shared, and we will say, okay, look at this. This is an example. This is something to learn from. I have done this practical, and it is in this location. Can we be able to present such? Because it will help us to drive through what we are seeking in theory to present. Secondly, is it possible for FAN, as our women wing, to maybe as a corporate social responsibility, drive to some projects that will be benchmark for government to consider and push forward to see that government, maybe at a state level, maybe at a local government level, or at the national level, could be able to buy into and do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Please, a hand of applause for this wonderful MC. She's been standing. Doing a fantastic job. My name is Architect Justice Akwu. I want to applaud FAN for this thought-provoking session. They've been doing so wonderfully well, so wonderfully well. Yesterday I was in their midst at the time, like the only male, until one other person walked in. So, but I had to encourage myself by telling myself I am blessed amongst the women. And suddenly someone walked in. As female architects in Nigeria, you can play a significant role in promoting sustainability in architecture by incorporating eco-friendly design principles, using locally sourced materials, and leveraging innovative technologies. I would equally encourage FAN to, when my brother spoke about the need for the speakers to have mentioned specific projects. I remember when we visited Delta State, there's one practical, sustainable building by one artist. I think someone who is conversant with Delta might. Nwokolo also. Well, sorry? Okay, a fellow of the institute. Ably corrected. Ably corrected, yes. Wonderful. So, in one of your maybe upcoming programs, you can take a tour or a visit, an organized visit to a practical example of sustainability, so that you can have hands on deck with regards to this very topic. Then in addition, I'll just add that the need for sustainable building materials, specify local source, renewable and low impact materials such as bamboo and compressed earth blocks. These are practical areas that we could look at going forward. Finally, my question is, how is FAN willing to collaborate with NGOs, government agencies in saying that this aspect of sustainability is achieved? Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you. I think at this point we need to count how many people remaining. You're the only one, right? Just the two of you. No, my back didn't see that person.
Good day, everyone. My name is Asma Udiko. I just graduated from Base University 2 weeks ago, so I have more of a research-driven thought process and a lived experience rather than a built experience. My takeaway from today's panel discussion is that before designing for Nigeria as a whole, you want to design for human beings, be it movement, ventilation systems. You want to design in such a way that you make people want to live in it before you build it. My question is, based on everything we've been taught, we get told most of the time to incorporate regenerative systems such as rainwater harvesting, biogas, and the likes. And my question is, what are practical ways these can be done, rather than just the theoretical? Thank you.
Where are Abuja landlords? Oh, they need to hear this young lady. She said, building a house that you want to live in, not the house that you ask, please, where is the kitchen? They say, see it there. Say, where? There. Say, see it there. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Eritoru Bereni Faith. My question is for architect Amina. I want to ask, we're talking about sustainability here, and I think sustainability starts with education. I want to know the curriculum that has been approved by NUC. How long would it take for schools to start implementing it? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last but not the least question. This man looks like a contributor. Okay. But let's see whether it's a question or question and contribution joined together. Thank you. Honestly, looks like a contributor.
This is actually a very simple question, and it's for the two professors that are panelists. So please listen, because the question is for you. And the question is simple. We've been talking about sustainability, and certain things sometimes will creep into curricula of universities or were being studied, and all of a sudden you discover that they disappear. I mean, by the time I was in school, I knew I was taken through virtually every faculty that was in Ife then, but later on, I joined the faculty as an associate lecturer in 1997, and I saw that many things were already gone. And then I introduced the concept of studies in sustainability because I was just finishing one program, LEAD Fellowship. Anybody that knows about LEAD at that time was being sponsored by the Rockefeller Foundation. And, you know, I was told it could not be evaluated, that it could only be elective. But interestingly, those that would not come to my normal classes in other subjects came to that class. My son joined the faculty a few years later. The course is gone. So how can we sustain these sustainability studies in the universities?
Okay. All right. You know, in my place, there's what they call the big masquerade. After all the small masquerades have come out, and the music, so you speak last. Once she speaks, it's over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adedoja Mariam Adedoyin. Okay, so my question is, when we talk about sustainable building, I think
Actually, everybody mind will go to eco buildings. So my question is, because it's eco building, does it necessarily translate to sustainable building in terms of construction, material, the production and sourcing of material?
Okay, so we're almost done. Now we are done.
Thank you very much, and let me congratulate the panelists and, of course, the moderator. Very interesting, impactful, and we have all learned a lot. I just want to address my engineer friend here. You talked about the kind of buildings that some architects are giving to some developers. I want to, on behalf of the architects here, say that most times the developers in Nigeria are not using registered architects. Am I right? Therefore, you get what you're paying for. And I think it's time we're going to be engaging you developers very strongly. In Banana Island, highbrow area of Lagos, where you're expecting the best. I was there in one of the apartments, you know, and up comes this young man. He's the architect of the project. And of course, I went to meet him. Who's the president of the NIA? Who is it? He doesn't know. Because he's not an architect. So developers in this country are creating problems for the environment and sustainability. Most of the projects you're seeing around are either designed by students, people who are not registered. In fact, I'm sure sometimes you're even procuring online. And this has to stop. So please, whatever you can do, we will be engaging you frontally to ensure that you're using only registered architects so that we have a sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all those who have spoken. I don't envy you.
Thank you very much. I have to say our MC is a very professional woman, as in, and so detailed. Thank you very much. So she has now handed over her assignment to me. After doing collection, she now is handing it to me. I want to assign the different questions. Please, if I forget your question, you have to remind me. So the first question was about team assignments in school. And I would like Architect Amina and Professor Adisa to give their own 2 cents on that. He said he has been able to give assignments in groups. How can we do that more as part of the curriculum or even more often? So I'll start from you and then we can move to Amina. No, it was architect. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. These things are kind of individual to you, the teacher. You can pretty much give questions anyhow. The most important thing is really the outcome and what is the objective that you want to achieve. That's really, for me, is the crux of the matter. When I give group assignments, it's mainly it's for the hidden curriculum. What do I mean by the hidden curriculum? You want the students to do the substantive part, that is the content of the course. But because they're working in a team-like setting as a profession, then you want them to do so many other things together. But I think it still is going to be in the purview of the lecturer. I don't believe that it should be something coming from faculty, or it shouldn't be something that would be kind of like over regulating, if I understand your question properly, because it may be good for one aspect of the teaching, and then the next bit it may not be relevant. So I think that basically it's on you. If you can sell it to your colleagues and all. I gave a keynote at BASE, was it last year? No, the year before, on design build. So I actually believe in what you're saying, but it's something you have to sell to your colleagues that are other lecturers, and it's something that you will have to own personally, because I don't think any university system will embrace that wholeheartedly.
Thank you for your contribution. Actor, would you like to add to that?
You're asking a teacher if she wants to speak. Yes, please. So I worked for a while in Bahrain, and it's a British-backed school. So it was unbelievable the amount of quality assurance that was asked of staff, academic staff. So we know about lesson plans, right? Teachers are supposed to submit their lesson plans. But then the university also actually, they really give you standards. And at the end of the year, you're supposed to submit everything you've taught, including assessments. So I really learned a very steep curve of learning. And that's when one thing that we have to push, it could be seen as over policing, but then it does something about the quality of what we're teaching, because not everybody is very good at what they do. Not everybody knows what everybody else knows. So I think that that's something that we actually have to look at in our schools. My current dean tried to do that, and I think it's a start, but it should go somewhere, because it now gives a standard of what individual teachers are doing. With regards to collaboration, I have merged a class right now, and they're here, my PhD and my master's students. I give them a merged class, and the interaction is fantastic, because we're looking at students who just finished, like Asma'u, learning from developers who've come in. And by the way, we have a very vibrant PhD program at Bayes University, and it's better than the one at anywhere else. So come to Bayes, right? So it actually gives a lot of insight into teaching, because even the teacher doesn't know everything. And when there's a collaboration and interaction between different people doing different things, some of them are in government agencies, some of them are, private people, some of them, and the conversations are fantastic. So yes, sir, I actually believe you that collaboration. But then what's happening with our studio culture? Because studio culture is supposed to do that collaboration between different classes in the studios. And unfortunately, somehow, studio time is being lessened and lessened across board in all those, even public schools. And that is something we should look at, and it's about money.
Actually, Amina, thank you very much for that. I think, first of all, half of the questions were from your students. Some of them claim they have graduated, but it's like they're looking for extra points. There's no extra points for asking questions or making comments here. But thank you for supporting your lecturer so wonderfully. Thank you for that. So the next question I took note of was how to translate building regulations for architects specifically. This was from Actor Agatha. So I hope the student was able to get a lot from this panel concerning that. So, Engineer Michael, we're asked that, although I'm sure that was her pitch, though, like I'm suspecting you, that seemed like a pitch. It was about homegrown tech solutions. How does AI now fit into this talk that we're having? We say we want to have these solutions. We say they should be homegrown. We say they should be Nigerian. We say they should be reflective of our environment. However, AI has come. And it seems that we're looking more at a leapfrog kind of situation when it comes to technology. Do you really think that we can still have homegrown tech solutions that are not AI empowered? And if we decide not to go down AI, won't we be left behind? Then again, there's the, as she said, apart from the IP issues concerning AI, for us as designers, it's such a big issue. There's also the actual impact, the environmental impact of data banks. We see that increasing and growing, and we're seeing what's happening. How do we now, watching that going across the world, how do we prevent those kinds of sort of climatic effects of those kinds of AI and the data banks that come with it?
Thank you very much. I recall a question, and she had indicated that there seems to be a low or non-existence of technology investments in built-up environment. I actually think that's not so correct. PropTech is a big part of our portfolio. I think one of the very first companies we invested in within Lofting Group, then in our innovation hub, was a company called Hotbay. And like I talked about HomeFort. I can go on and on. 170 plus companies, I'm sure at least 10 to 15 of them are in the PropTech or built-up environment sector. You have to also understand that companies that get funded by venture capitalists are outliers. So not your, I always tell everybody, not every company is meant to be funded by VC, right? If VC problems are, they are trying to solve 0.01% of the world problem, but have 99.99% impact, right? So they solve big problems, and then that requires big solutions, but some funding to accelerate that. So that's the reason why it's always outlier entities, outliers companies that get funding in that sector. That being said, I am a big skeptic when it comes to this new rush to everything AI. In fact, I will tell you this. I've installed a screen. You know, when you have a screen for pitch decks. Now, when I see AI in your deck, automatically it goes into my trash. You have to understand this, that in the VC world, we tend to fund about 1.5% of the decks that we get, right? So every day, every year, or every month, Lofting, we run through about 200 or 300 decks. Only about 20 decks make it to our associate screen. And as an investment committee member, only 2 decks out of that 300 decks make it to me, right? And if one of those 2 has AI in it, I trash it because I don't think it's relevant to what we are doing now. AI is, if you tell me you are using AI to solve a problem, it's like you telling me you are using internet to solve a problem. Internet cannot solve your problem. Cloud computing cannot solve your problem. AI cannot solve your problem. The AI we need for you architects is African intelligence, AI, not artificial intelligence. We need African intelligence. So I will tell you that for me, it is a dog whistle. It's almost like a red flag. When I see nowadays a lot of young techies, in order to get funding or get attention, they will just say AI to do this. I'm like, what does AI have to do with the problem of healthcare, for example, in Africa? What does AI have to do with the problem of us feeding ourselves? What does AI have to do with the problem of securing ourselves? What does AI have to do with the problems of trading ourselves? What does AI have to do with the problem of moving ourselves from point A to point B, which is mobility tech, where I worked in the last 2 years for Mr. President? What does AI have to do with the issue of making sure that I provide jobs for our teeming youth in a sustainable manner with African solutions here in Africa? What does AI have to do with teaching our young people, making sure that we deliver teaching and learning materials to them through education? I need African intelligence. I need authenticity. I need us to use our own problem, our own solutions to solve these problems. AI, in your case, should be African intelligence, not artificial intelligence. Our problems are real, not artificial. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. You didn't address Madam President's notes. Basically, we're not going to let you leave this place without promising that from this day forward, you honestly swear to use only registered architects and architectural firms for all your jobs. Before we allow, please lock the gates.
I can assure you, that my own professional background and my commitment to professionalism disallows me from using non-registered professionals for anything. As a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and someone that I've sat in various Korean advisory boards and various government organizations that when we're talking about professionalism and registration of our professionals, I'm a firm believer that professionals should, there's a reason why you engage professionals because of course, issues around professional liability, issues around competence, and issues around traceability of the work that is being done. So from either my work on the VC side, on the work in the built-up environment where I chair Vetman's Engineering and Construction, my team know it for a fact that the first question you will get when you bring a proposal to my table is, are they registered? Do they have a registration number? I think we should not get defensive, to be honest with you, as professionals when we talk about the quality of professionalism in our country. We have to accept that the test for stomach infrastructure has also eroded professionalism across board. Be it even, let's start from the first profession. When I say first profession in this instance, I mean teaching. Now you have state governments that have gone to even audit teachers. They find teachers that cannot even write letter A to Z. The council is just now that the Ministry of Education, through the current minister, is reviving the requirement for our teachers to be professionally registered. If our teachers we cannot safeguard the professionalism of our teachers, who will teach our children at the most important phase of their lives, the first 12 years, the first 6 years, basic education. Because if it's garbage in, garbage out. If we put in rubbish in these kids in primary school, then our professors here in tertiary institution, they will get rubbish.
I just want to say that our professors actually basically saying that capacity building is on you.
So you have to see that if in the teaching profession we are struggling with professionalism, we have to admit to ourselves that all professions are struggling. We the engineers, we know what we are dealing with. I mean, we talk about collapsed buildings all across our cities, and we know what we're dealing with. Even the so-called people with stamp, the search and the pursuit of stomach infrastructure have eroded professionalism. So we have to step up as professionals, whether engineers, whether we're architects, whether we're town planners, whether we're doctors, whether we're lawyers. I'm telling you, all the time I get my lawyers, those of them with stamp, MBA, and they'll send me agreements and I'll be the one fixing it. A draft of an agreement. And even though they all have the stamp. So it's not just about the stamp, it's about have we incorporated professionalism in our activity? Have we elevated excellence in profession? Have we insisted that professionals should act professionally and should be able to insist on professional standards, even regardless of whose ox is God, not minding the fact that they might lose professional fees, you stand on professionalism. I think this is something that I'm very passionate about. I spoke about these in the I believe the Professional Bodies Association of Nigeria conference in 2021. I was the guest speaker, the keynote speaker, and I spoke to this. We as professionals have a duty to ensure that we continue to maintain professional standards when even the overall society itself is collapsing, because professionals occupy a special place in ensuring professionalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I did not hear I solemnly swear, Sha, but we'll take your word for it. Thank you very much to the FAN Exco for such a wonderful event. Thank you so much to our Pearl President for being here and for supporting FAN and architects all the way. Thank you to our panelists. You have honestly been, it's been an experience just of education and understanding. I think the rest of the comments were actually comments, and I wanted to warn our dearest MC that actually architects tend to give speeches instead of ask questions. So I'm not sure, I hope I didn't miss anybody's questions, but we have to actually round up. We actually have to round up because we've run out of time. Thank you very much to everyone. Please let's give a rousing round of applause to our panelists as they step out. Thank you. Okay, considering how well they've done, can we give them a standing ovation, please? An opportunity to even stand up and sit down. Oh, yes. You know, it's so interesting because look at the hall, still full, meaning that you held the audience. If you didn't do well, they would have walked away straight. They won't waste time. So thank you so much. And after they've taken the photograph, I think, yes. Why is their name? Mama, all the people in the front row, please, all the people in the front row, please, join for the group photograph. Yes. Paparazzi is at work. So if you're a member of FAN, strive. Be committed so that one day you stand in front like this. It's only for committed people. Those who come for meetings, those who pay their dues, those who attend AGMs, and those who do what they should do. And those who are active in the practice, designing buildings and supervising projects. That is what will make you an architect, not the 6 years that you spent in school, but the practical life after school. Thank you very much. We're almost coming to an end because we just have awards to present. After that, this session will end, and then you will now go into your AGM. Very important. So we'll be very quick with the award presentation. The award to deserving people.
So, it's been a great day, an awesome presentation, and the panelists did a great job. So we're going to go on to the award giving ceremony. For this, we're going to invite our chair, Architect Ene Agada. For the presentation of the first set of awards, Architect Ene.
At this point, I think we'll just, give you the names of those who are going to receive awards today. Some of them may not be immediately here, but it's important that we know that they have been penciled for awards. If you are not around when you're given an award, that same award can be taken to you to wherever you are, and a small ceremony will be conducted by FAN. So receiving awards are the following people: Senator Osita Izunazo for his contributions in the housing industry and championing the cause of persons with disabilities in Nigeria. We also have Right Honorable Blessing on contributions to the transportation sector in Nigeria and continuous empowerment of women and children. Architect Ahmed Dangiwa, Honorable Minister of Housing, for his outstanding contributions to the Renewed Hope Housing Program. Then we have more people. We have architect Olubukola Ejiwumi, the first FAN chair and first female NIA president, for her continuous and tremendous support to FAN. We have architect Mobolaji Adeniyi, her outstanding performance as the Pearl president of the NIA and unwavering support to FAN. We have architect S.T. Echono, his outstanding performance in public service and unwavering support to FAN. The architect Chioma Wogu Obona, outstanding public servant and unwavering support to FAN. We have architect Chike Ibanu, outstanding HGS and unwavering support to FAN. Architect Yemi Shola Adebi, outstanding chapter chair and unwavering support to FAN. And then we have architect Yinka Williams for unwavering support to FAN. Then the last but not the least, we have Professor Ola Adisa Arequiton, unwavering support to FAN. Please, can we put our hands together for all of these outstanding people? The awards, I was using this to buy time while we sort out arrangements the way it should go. We will quickly now have, for the first set of awards, okay, so if we call and their representatives are here, if they're here in person, fantastic. If they're not here, their representatives can come. To present the first set of awards is architect Enne Agada, the chairman FAN. Thank you. The chair, FAN. She says, FAN says these are the people that have been supporting her all this while. So, can we please have architect Olubukola Ejiwumi, the first FAN chair and first female NIA president, to receive her award. Please put your hands together for her. Well earned, well deserved. Wow, so beautiful.
Honored to present this award today to our dear, she's our mother. We call her Mama. Some people say Momo. So it's a great honor. She's a woman that I admire so much. And to me, it's an honor and it's a blessing and it's something that is very significant that I'm giving this award to Mama today. Just like the Pearl president says, she's a trailblazer, and I wish to be like her. Thank you very much. You've done so much. We also have this gift from FAN. We hope you like it. So, I present this award to you today on behalf of the female architects of Nigeria. Thank you very much, Mama, for all you do. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also this gift.
Yeah. Just to say thank you very much. And I pray that we'll be able to do even greater things than we are doing at the moment. And things that impact lives, especially the lives of children and women in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It appears that only one person is clapping. Though. I want to hear everybody clap. Thank you so much. What Ene I know is trying to say that she is one of her mentors. Because when you're in leadership position, you need people who have walked the path before you to guide you. Without them, you may miss road, and you may not even be able to trace your way back. So thank you for being a fantastic mentor to Ene, and I know that your door is permanently open for her for advice in any way that she needs your help, in any way Fan needs you, you will always be present. Thank you. And I know, she said, I hope, no, I know you will love this gift. Because Ene doesn't do trash. Can you beat that? Why would she not? This is amazing.
I think you should put the final touch.
It's nobody, okay, they are videoing it. We want to capture this in video. They didn't think it was ever going to be opened.
Wow.
Okay, this is. Have you seen anything like this? Eh? Have you seen anything like this? And without being told, it must have cost Fan a lot of money. Because this is so unique. Very, very unique. Mama, where will you put this one?
In your place is really, really very significant. Yes. I really love it. Thank you very much. You are highly appreciated.
It's
Thank
made out
you,
of
Fan.
words that describe you to us. I wish
Wow.
They were here. We don't want to take much of your time. She would have read out what this each of these 20 words means to us.
I'm seeing generous, I'm seeing honest, I'm seeing wise.
Yeah. But it's not just that.
I'm seeing
also,
resilient,
we couldn't put everything
enterprising, hardworking. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Much. Thank you so much.
Please, thank you. Thank you very much. Somebody is wishing that they can have this. Just meet and end them. But make sure that they give you qualities that befit you. If they call you good cook, if you can't cook, just say, please remove that one. It's not part of it. Okay, so we have next to receive her award, architect Mobolaji Adeniyi, for her outstanding contribution, performance as the Pearl President of the NIA, and unwavering support to our Fan, and a worthy mentor. These are my words now to our dear chair.
You know,
yes.
I'm sure she has heard me say so much about you.
I have.
Yes.
I have.
In fact, it will look like I'm always very partial when I talk about my peer president. But the truth is that she has given me the path to run this race without stress. Because she makes everything so easy. That is why we are thriving like this. Without her, we won't be able to do all these things you are saying. There's nothing. Once I have an idea, she doesn't discourage me. She says, run with it. You can do it. Thank you so much, Ma, for your encouragement. I love you so much.
Oh.
Thank you.
So
Thank
emotional.
You. That's why, for me, I just pray that the incoming council will support us this much, the way she has. Please. So, thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. Okay. On behalf of the Female Architects of Nigeria, we present this award today to our peer president, Architect Mobolaji Adeniyi, FNIA. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to say something?
3 simple words. Okay, they've become 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So to present the next set of awards.
Okay.
Okay, to present the next set of awards, we have the Vice Chair of FAN. The Vice Chair of FAN, Architect Antonia Ahigbe. Please. Thank you. And the first on the list, have you brought it out? Okay, the first on the list is Architect Choma Wogu Obonna for being an outstanding public servant and for the unwavering support to FAN. That's another person that Enne will not let me hear word. Two people that are always on her lips. Amazing. Thank you for the support, for mentoring Enne to such great height. Thank you.
Wow, I am so happy. Okay. I'm presenting an award to my madam. This is great. Well, as we will say, we are honored to give you this. You have been a support to us. And as she also said, anything our chair needs is always VP2. And we are glad to present this to you. Thank you so very much for all your efforts, your support to the Institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not going to say more than Madam President. How many words did you say? I have a lot in my mind, but I would say it outside here. But I love you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we have immediately following Architect Chike Ibanu, outstanding HGS, and for unwavering support to FAN. Is Chike here?
No, he hasn't.
Okay. So we quickly call Architect Yemi Shola Adebi, outstanding chapter chair and unwavering support to FAN.
Anti-honored. Another sweet madam of mine. FAN is glad and honored to present you this award. And as we can see, you have been our support, strength, and we look forward to more of that. Thank you so very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, FAN, for this support. I'm truly grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Well done. Keep it up. So that maybe by next year, another award. On a more serious note, Anna and I belong to an organization, and every year in that organization, I have most consistent award. I think I have 4 or 5 awards from the same organization. So it's possible to have more. And finally, for the last 2, we have to present Architect Enobong Ekwe. Are you here to do the honor of presenting these last 2 awards? Oh, please put your hands together for her. She makes her way to this place. So, I know. All right. So we have to receive the award Architect Yinka Williams. Yes, okay, nice. For unwavering support to FAN.
It's an honor to present this award to Architect Yinka Williams. She's the mentor to most young architects I know. In fact, there's one from my chapter who told me Architect Yinka has detailed him to be in this conference. And you can imagine. So, Architect Yinka, represented by Architect Patience, this is for you, for your good works. Congratulations.
On behalf of Yinka Williams, I received this award. Thank you, FAN. Thank you, all the people that think that I deserve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. And finally, the last but not the least is fitting a professor. Professor Ola Adisa Erekwiton. Prof is coming to receive his award for unwavering support to FAN.
This award goes to Professor Olaodisa Adisa from FAN. This is well deserved. I worked with Professor in a few committees, and even when you were called up for this award, you came up from your work post. She's always at work. So I'm not surprised that you are a backbone for FAN. Congratulations.
Okay.
To God be the glory. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And so we have come to them. Please, we're going to take pictures immediately. Pictures immediately. I think maybe the awardees should come with their awards. I think it would be nice to have a group picture. Some have left, at least the ones that are here. Please. Okay, please bring back our award. No longer our girls. Bring back our award, though. BBOA. Bring back our award. Let's do a group photograph. I think it would be nice. Please. Emily, girl. Emily, sweetheart. Let's call her name that she will learn. Bring back our award, though. My darling Emily, my beloved. We need our award, please. Thank you. Time to take photograph. Honor to whom honor is due. This is the moment of glory. FAN says thank you for all you do for them. And FAN is saying, don't abandon us. Always be there for us.
So while we are taking this, I want to briefly recognize our past chair, FAN chair, architect Moradike Okunburiye. She was chair 2016 to 2019. Thank you, Ma, for honoring our invitation. I'm sorry about the name.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for her, at least to make up for the delay in recognizing her. Thank you. Okay, the ESCO, please join now so that they don't have to go and sit down and come up again. Join, please, ESCO. And I have an idea. I think we'll do chapter by chapter. Because of, okay. ESCO, organizing committee, please, everybody, as I'm calling you, be inching forward, please. Yes. ESCO members, it's time to take photograph with the awardees. Yes. Yeah, but not for the awardees. The rest of the people, please climb up. They will see you. There's a step behind. Climb up. They will see you. ESCO. So this is FAN ESCO with the awardees. So nice. No face is missing. Everybody can be seen. The madam at the very back. Can you move this way? They said no. They said no. They said this is not for he for she. That he for she has boundary. Okay. Oh, this is nice. I love the setting. I love it. They look like ministers or ambassadors. I'm telling you. Yes, that's the president with the ministers and the ambassadors. Okay, please, can we have the organizing committee? The ESCO can step out, except the members of the organizing committee. Please, members of the organizing committee, this way, please. Nkoye, I've been liaising with you. They want to see your face. All right, members of the organizing committee, please. The faster, the better. Oh, the same. No, somebody. The chair is coming. Without the chair, this picture is incomplete. Oh. Because if everything went wrong now, you'll be calling her name. Is this chair? She's the one. We were telling her. Now everything has gone well. She must take the glory. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Thank you very much. I think we should do chapter. Can we have the students? Let me be, you know what, at home, the younger people will eat first. If there's no food, the rest of the people, or you're for you. The students in the house, please fast, run like students. Walk, just imagine that the food, they've called for food, and if you don't go early, your food will finish. So just have that imagination, start coming out. Students, particularly of Bayes University, I saw a lot of them. Go, just hang on. Yes, just hang on, wait. Okay, you wanted to take, okay. Students, you see the motherly instinct, say take pictures with us. That's nice. More students are coming. Yes. Okay, are more students coming? Look, before you walk like this to the dining hall, your food is gone. At this rate. They are supposed to be racing. Maybe they didn't go to boarding house. They don't understand. All right. And then what we'll now do, the few he for she that are here now, after these pictures are over, the few he for she will come and take with the award winners. Oh, more students are coming. Okay. We'll now see those who don't do exercise. Anybody wants to stand up? Just 2 minutes. Then that means the person doesn't do exercise. Because a lot of the people behind you can't do this thing. Not even for a second. All right. The paparazzi, make sure you don't miss one person. Thank you very much. Quickly, can we have the males in the house? The he for she people who have been here since. God bless you all for supporting Fan. God bless you for supporting Fan. The he for she. Please, the men in the house, please come and take photograph. Please. I'm calling you people to take photograph with them. I've been shouting the males. The he for she's. Okay. Yes. No, I'm not. I was talking. I don't understand. So the different chapters, please organize yourself, start coming out. I heard Kaduna. I know Akwa Ibom is here. So Kaduna chapter, please come out. Once the men are out, you replace them immediately. Kaduna, the few people, as many as are in this hall now. Kaduna, please, hurry. I'm sure they're getting tired, please. Please. Okay, zone.
South.
Okay, northwest zone.